2024. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 30th special meeting of the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission. This evening, it's broadcasted live on Pacific Coast TV's website as well as on the local channel 27 TV. We also have Spanish interpretation at this meeting, and you're welcome to go to the table to get a headset if you need to at the table. A few brief comments for public comment etiquette items before we start. We do have people here in person and on Zoom, so we will, the Zoom platform. The Planning Commission Chair will open the general public comment section of the agenda. At that time, community members are welcome to speak on any items that are not listed on this evening's agenda. For those items that are specifically on tonight's agenda, during that time, the item will be discussed and the public comment opportunities and details will be determined by the chair. We will begin with in-person comments on those items and then move to the attendees on Zoom. Those wanting to speak, we will recognize you with a green card. I am collecting green cards, so they need to come to me shortly. I know some others are filling them out currently. The virtual hand will be raised in order to be picked on the Zoom online. If you are dialing by telephone, you will need to hit *6 to raise and unraise your hand and *9 to mute and unmute. Please refrain or keep your comments short if you're repeating the same information that has already been mentioned. There has been numerous correspondence that has happened over this past week, and the Planning Commission has received, as well as it been posted on our website, all of the public comments, additional supplemental staff reports, and such. Just to keep in mind on our etiquette, if we can make sure that we choke the microphones, because it just needs to be really, everything needs to be enunciated for not only the people in the room, but for those folks that are on TV and listening to us and Zoom. I thank you all for your patience here this evening, and I will now hand it over to Chair Gossett to officially begin this evening's meeting.
Thank you for that, Bridget. Can you have a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Reddick.
I'm here.
Commissioner Gorn.
I'm here.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I am present.
Chair Johannes.
I'm present.
And I'm sorry, Vice Chair, that was my mistake, I apologize. And Chair Gossett.
Here.
All planning commissioners are present this evening.
Okay, at this point, I will ask my fellow commissioners for a motion to approve the minutes from the April 23rd, 2024 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion approved.
I would like to open the public hearing for anything that is not on the agenda, and I only have one card at this time. Brent Turner. Oops.
Check. Okay, there it is. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Brent Turner. I live in Frenchman's Creek. I just wanted to make general comment selfishly so that I can hit and run and get back to the rest of my world. But the civil rights community is a local civil rights activist. We stand for progress that is helpful to the people. I think I'll just leave it at that general comment. Sometimes we have to move forward and do what obviously needs to be done. And I think there's some things in front of us that lend themselves to that sort of sensitivity. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak out about anything that is not on the agenda? Okay, so
I have no one
will-
on Zoom either.
No one on Zoom? Okay, thank you. So we will move on to our public hearing items. 1A, which is the 2024 Measure D, ranking ratifications. And I would like to ask my fellow commissioners if anyone has ex parte about Measure D that they'd wish to disclose.
I do not have any ex parte, but I'm going to recuse myself because there's a property that is very close to mine, and I'm not comfortable in participating in this discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Gossett and Planning Commissioners. This agenda item is for our 2024 Measure D ranking ratification. Some of you may be familiar with this process as we have done this since 2021. Today's presentation will include a brief background on Measure D, information on 2024's submittals, staff's recommendations, and some information on our review process and the next steps. So Measure D is our residential growth control measure. It was passed by ballot measure, so the voters voted on this and in 1999 and was later codified in our local coastal program and certified by the California Coastal Commission in 2009. The purpose of Measure D is to control, as our code states, is to control the rate and quality of development in the city on an annual basis. It encourages infill development, higher density, clustered development, and development close to amenities, as well as encourages water efficient and energy efficient design. Measure D is limited to a 1% to 1.5% annual population increase. That additional 0.5% is at the discretion of the City Council each year. They can choose to approve an additional 0.5% for our downtown. This meeting is mostly focused on outside of downtown Measure D. The scoring criteria is based off of early green building checklists. It was a solid foundation, but it didn't initially anticipate the impact that ADUs were going to have. And many of the criteria, after reviewing this at a study session in 2020, was found to just apply to all applicants equally. And so that scoring process was, the interpretation was changed, and you can see that in attachment 2. But that interpretation has been carried on since 2021 through now, which are all the years we've had to ratify our scoring. For this year, there was 42 available allocations for the downtown area. That's 21 base allocations and 21 bonus allocations, and 21 allocations were available for outside of downtown. Within the downtown, we received 4 allocations, and so those have been granted at this time. For outside of downtown, we received 42 requests for allocations, 12 of which were single-family developments with ADUs, so for a total of 24 allocations. 13 were ADUs with existing single-family residents, and 1 was a multifamily dwelling, which would include 5 allocations for this year. There were an additional 14, or sorry. So we would recommend today to ratify 21 of those allocations, 5 of which would be single-family dwelling units with ADUs for a total of 10 allocations, 6 of which would be ADUs with existing single-family and the multifamily dwelling. 14 of the applications would then be lower scoring than the cutoff line that you'll see in the next slide, 7 of which are ADUs and 7 of which are single-family dwellings with ADUs. So on this slide, you can see in green, you're going to see those that we're recommending ratification for this year, and in blue, those are the applicants that will be recommended for deferral. Through this review process, we noticed that the scoring has actually gotten increasingly more competitive. This year was very close, some applicants falling within half a point below the line. And so that scoring has become quite competitive. We've researched, we looked these over multiple times, multiple staff have reviewed the scoring for each of the applications. We create buffers to verify the location in regards to the different amenities throughout town. And any applicants that had questions about their scoring were offered meetings as well as to see their score sheets if they requested. And then any questions about that, staff reviewed to verify that scoring for them. So as I mentioned a minute ago, the scoring has gotten increasingly more close. We've seen patterns of below market rate units tend to score higher, both of which the top 2 allocations in the scoring this year do include deed restricted below market rate housing. Additionally, higher density areas and then properties within more walkable locations tend to score higher. And then properties that are choosing to elect for variances or exceptions tend to score a bit lower. Our recommendation would be to adopt a resolution ratifying the January 2024 Measure D allocations for residential units outside of downtown based upon the scores and rankings required by the subdivision ordinance. Next steps would look like the Planning Commission's decision will be final unless it's appealed to the City Council within the 10-day appeal period. If there are remaining downtown base allocations, those who were recommended for deferral could request to be considered for transfers after September 1st. This process would be at the discretion of the City Council, so there's no guarantee that those transfers would happen, and should additional applications for those downtown base allocations come in, then there may not be remaining allocations at that time. Anyone that would not receive an application this year or potentially in the transfer process would be encouraged to apply during January 2025, which would be the next application window. So our meeting format today is going to look like our standard meeting with public comment and clarifying questions.
Thank you. At this point, I'll ask if anyone would like to speak about Measure D this evening. And we have Julie McHenry.
Hi, my name's Julie McHenry. We are at 147 Cali. We're the people that have the property that missed it by a half point. But first, I just want to thank Scott Nkohe for doing such a great job on the process, and just wanted to encourage the Planning Commission to encourage City Council to do the transfer in September of the overflow allocation from downtown to the non-downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak about Measure D? Okay, I will close the public comment for this item and ask my fellow commissioners if they have any clarifying questions.
Why is 940 Main Street consuming 5 allocations?
So 940 Main Street, they are looking to apply for more than that, but our ordinance only allows someone without a phasing agreement to receive a maximum of 5 allocations when there's more allocations requested than available.
And are any of those units ADUs?
They are not.
Thank you.
So in regards to the September transfers, are the transfers automatic or are they project-specific?
Yeah, so the transfers would be, as I mentioned, at the discretion of the city council, and staff can bring a recommendation to city council for those transfers. In previous years, that's looked different. In 2021, I think there was a focus on town center and ADUs having preference in that meeting. But again, it's at the discretion of city council, and it's just staff's recommendations.
Thank you. That's it for me. Okay, so does anyone wish to adopt the resolution to certify or the rankings? Or ratify? I think we are ratifying the rankings.
Well, if nobody wants to deliberate, I'll be happy to make a motion.
I would like to just say we've had several discussions on this. It seems the ADUs provide an important source of affordable housing in Half Moon Bay, but they're consuming housing stock. And we could have another X number of housing units, certainly greater than 21. If the city council changes the manner in which ADUs are considered, which either needs to be a ballot measure from the city council, as I understand it, or a ballot measure from the public. But it's a shame that it hasn't been done yet. And so I just make that comment and pass along the comment from the applicant who missed by half a point. It just seems like we have a couple hundred people here talking about the supply of housing, and the ADU policy is actually preventing us from getting more housing. So.
Thank you.
Nobody else seems to be making a motion, so I'll make a motion to approve the item before us.
So moved.
Seconded?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Okay. So at this point, we will move on to item 1B, the continuation of the 555 Kelly Affordable Housing Project. Oh, I'm sorry. And we're going to wait for Hazel to return to the room. I'm sorry, Commissioner Joannis. We're all neighbors.
We are all neighbors. Nosotros todos somos vecinos.
Not yet. At this point, I wanted to ask my fellow commissioners if they wish to disclose any ex parte that may have occurred in the past week about 555 Kelly. Okay, so I think we're going to have an update from Christy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. We have a quick overview from staff, and then move on to the many questions that the commission has regarding the project. But just in terms of a recap of where we are, the item was begun at the last Planning Commission meeting on the 23rd. At this full staff presentation, a presentation from the applicant, a lot of public comment, and then began questions from the commission, and the item is continued to this evening. So in preparation for tonight's meeting, staff prepared a supplemental agenda report. In the presentation here, very briefly, Winter's going to cover some of the items in the report that were more legal in nature, and I'll cover some of the other areas of the memo. And so I'll pass it over to Winter.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I just wanted to briefly cover the kind of highlights of the supplemental memo, since they were mostly legal issues resulting from questions that came up at last week's meeting. And the first issue was going over in a little more detail the interplay between the state density bonus law and the Coastal Act. And at last week's meeting, we talked about how state density bonus law requires the city to approve 100% affordable projects like this one and waive density, height, parking, setback, and open space requirements unless the project as proposed would be inconsistent with other provisions of the Coastal Act and the city's local coastal land use plan. At last week's meeting, there were questions about, what additional policies could the commission consider in sort of aside from the density, height, parking, et cetera. And so in an effort to sort of flesh that out, attachment A to the supplemental memo has what we identified as the policies in the land use plan and the Coastal Act and the downtown specific plan that were relevant to the issues that came up at last week's meeting and in the questions and public comments that we've received since. Obviously, those documents contain a large number of policies, so we did our best to both provide a more robust consistency analysis, but also not overwhelm people with every single policy that could possibly apply. So we did include the policies that the commissioners had cited in their previous questions, so hoped to provide at least staff's recommendation for the consistency there. And again, I'll just point out, this staff, we're here to help and provide you with information. It is, of course, your decision whether you think the project is consistent with these land use policies. And, obviously staff thinks that there is support for consistency, but almost all of them have some subjectivity to them, and so reasonable minds can agree, and that's really, the ball is, I think, in your court tonight to think about whether you think this project is consistent with those policies. Because the issue of the aesthetics of the project or consistency with neighborhood character came up, and I think this was also this was my interpretation. The commission was thinking not just about this project, but about potential future projects in the same area that might come in. I did identify there are a few policies in the land use plan and in the Coastal Act that specifically touch on that. I was looking at policies 9-6, 9-12, and 9-25. In the land use plan, they're in the chart, and they have references to compatibility with the surrounding area. And then Coastal Act Section 30251 similarly has that language. We did note in the supplemental memo that the project is not in the heritage downtown, although it is in town center, and it is also in the area that is covered by the downtown specific plan, although if you read the language of the specific plan, it's not kind of in the main area that the plan is designed for, but it is shown as part of the planning area. I think, could you pull up the land use map? We had a couple of other points of clarification that we thought might be helpful as you're considering consistency with the land use plan. And also there were questions about how does this work? The project site here has a land use designation in the land use plan. It also has separate zoning designations. At least one of those zoning designations isn't consistent with the land use plan designation. So I wanted to sort of walk us through that. And this is the land use map from the land use plan. It's figure 2-1, I believe. And if you can zoom, well, if you can zoom in, you would see that the entire project site here is in that sort of, what do we call that, cornflower blue color, which is public facilities and institutions. However, the zoning for the site, part of the project is zoned public facilities and part is zoned commercial downtown. So what we've provided in both the last week's staff report and this week's is staff's interpretation of policy 1-2 in the land use plan, which, and I'm summarizing and I know there's more context around it. But basically that policy provides that where the zoning is inconsistent with the land use plan, land use designation, the city shall apply the LUP development standards until the zoning and the implementation plan have been updated. So this has been staff's interpretation of this provision since the land use plan was adopted. We've had at least one project, the Courtyard project at 880 Stone Pine, where the land use plan designation was different and inconsistent with the zoning. And the commission approved the CDP for that, and there was a finding relying on this policy in order to do it. I would also say that the city is currently relying on this interpretation in their work on the housing element. It's important to HCD that we can use the land use plan standards until the zoning gets updated in order to comply with our obligations under the housing element. So there was also a question if, the commission reads this policy differently and more in line with, you can rely on the land use plan to be more protective of coastal resources. We do think that this project is designed to be protective of coastal agricultural resources because it's designed for farm worker housing. And as we've seen through comments and in prior staff reports, affordable farm worker housing is necessary to protect agricultural resources. So I wanted to just kind of walk through that. I know it's a little bit detailed, but the hierarchy of our planning documents here. The memo also discusses compliance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and goes over the evidence in support of the CEQA exemption for this project. Again, I think the main issue we talked about last week was this CEQA exemption requires showing that there would be no significant traffic impacts. And under CEQA, traffic impacts referred to increased vehicle miles traveled. We are no longer allowed under CEQA to consider traffic impacts related to delay at nearby intersections or parking. The memo also provides some additional explanation of why none of the exceptions to the exemption apply. CEQA has exemptions for projects that are unlikely to have significant impacts, and then there's a short list of circumstances in which you can't apply those exemptions, and those are called the exceptions to the exemptions. So the memo goes through, again, staff's analysis of why the two exceptions, one for cumulative impacts and one for whether there are any unusual circumstances that could lead to a significant impact, why we don't think either of those applies. And lastly, another issue addressed in the memo that we talked about last week are issues surrounding parking and pedestrian safety. So the memo explains that even though the city can't, under the state density bonus law, require any parking for this project, the applicant has agreed to provide 18 spaces under the building for project parking, and also to obviously make modifications to the adjacent parking area to increase available parking at the Ted Adcock Community Center. There are also several conditions of approval in the proposed resolution that direct the applicant to work with neighboring property owners to see if there could be parking arrangements there. These are conditions that the applicant has voluntarily agreed to. There were some questions, sort of why do we even have these conditions in there since we can't mandate parking? Those are voluntary. Of course, if the commission doesn't want to have those conditions in there, you're free to remove them. But the idea was that the applicant wanted to work with, to address what seemed to be a neighborhood community concern by working with the neighboring property owners. And similarly, there were some questions about pedestrian safety, conversations about pedestrians accessing the Boys and Girls Club along Kelly and the impacts of the project there. Again, staff doesn't think that there is substantial evidence suggesting that the project would create unsafe pedestrian conditions. We've put what we think our recommendations in the memos, but the city does intend to work with the Boys and Girls Club in particular to make sure that there is adequate and safe pickup and drop off, and the city feels confident that they can continue to work together on that and ensure that that's a safe situation. So that's my summary of the supplemental memo. I know there were lots of questions and the memo may not have addressed all of them. And we'll do our best to answer those tonight if any of your questions have not been answered yet.
And I'll also add that there were some commissioner questions related to project financing and project design, some of those questions that the applicant may be better suited to provide detail on. So through the chair, if you'd like the applicant to address some of those questions now, they're able to, or however you'd like to proceed.
Well, I think maybe before we get to that, we will open this hearing up for public comment. And I'm going to reopen the public hearing to allow those who did not get a chance to speak last time to offer their input. We appreciate all the input given at the last hearing, in addition to all the written input. The commission has a lot of work to do before we conclude the public hearing. We may need to continue the hearing to a date certain in order to finish our work. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to offer input. As a point of order, I respectfully ask that you refrain from clapping and cheering so that we could get to the next speaker in a timely manner. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
So just to be clear here, this is not a new meeting.
Exactly.
This is the same meeting that we had a week ago. And so that meeting went for 5 hours. And this meeting is supposed to go for 3 hours. So in those 8 hours, we had more than 4 hours of public comment. And that was our public comment. So we are not actually supposed to have renewed public comment. So I realize that staff has passed out a lot of green cards and that a lot of people want to speak, but I will say for the record, this is not how we normally do things. And I would also say that last meeting, there was a suggestion that if you want to go beyond the 2 minutes, just let us know and you can go beyond the 2 minutes. And that is also not how we do things. So maybe another commissioner has a response. I don't know, but.
If I may?
Sure.
Through the chair, it's a tough question. I mean, I feel like this body and many others should bend over backwards to give our public a chance to be heard. I worry that if we continue this again till next Tuesday or 2 weeks and we have an open up public hearing at that one and get another 2 hours of public hearing, that this could go on indefinitely. So in an ideal world, people would take advantage of the opportunity to make public comments that covers ground that hasn't already been very well covered. But I know that's difficult because you can't know perfectly what the commission has received as input. So I'd say as long as we do make an effort to make this as concise and complete as possible, it's probably the best thing to do.
If I understood correctly, you're opening up comment for people who haven't already spoken,
Yes,
and they're going to be allowed 2 minutes
2 minutes.
with translation if necessary.
Exactly. And I have 18 cards, so this could go for an hour, given the fact that we may have translation.
You know, I think if people haven't had a chance to have their voice heard or their story heard, I think it's important. And I think 2 minutes is a respectful time, and I think we should try to stick to that.
Commissioner Duanis?
I agree. I do feel that people that haven't been heard should be heard. I feel that there is some information that has been presented in the supplemental information, might be information that wasn't presented by city staff the last time, and there's possibility that people that haven't commented before might have additional questions. So I'd like to open up the public hearing.
And one other point I would like to mention is that there are folks that left early last time because they couldn't stay till 11 o'clock or till midnight. So this is the time to, for those that didn't get to participate, to offer their input. I do believe it's important that we hear everyone who wishes to give input. And with that, I am going to ask Sariha Espazonza to be the first speaker, and the second will be Carolina Carbajal.
Dear Commissioners, hello, my name is Sarai Espinosa Salamanca. Thank you for taking the time to hear my thoughts today, and I appreciate you making the exception for an exceptional program and project that we're trying to pass here in Half Moon Bay. I'm the founder and CEO of Dreamers Roadmap and a senior at Santa Clara University. My team and I have been building community with ALA since 2020, and in this time, we've been in the fields, broken bread, and delivered hundreds of essentials to local farm workers. I now consider them family, and that is why I am here today. I stand before you today to address a pressing issue that demands our immediate attention: the dire need for affordable housing for senior farm workers. These individuals who have toiled tirelessly throughout their lives to feed our nation deserve our utmost respect and support in their golden years. This region relies heavily on the labor of these dedicated individuals, yet they often face inadequate living conditions, as a lot of us discovered during the tragedy not too long ago, and financial insecurity. As they age, their ability to work diminishes, leaving them vulnerable and to homelessness and neglect potentially. Providing affordable housing tailored to their needs is not just a matter of compassion, but also a matter of social justice, equity, and economic sustainability. I ask that you please vote in support of the measure for 555 Kelly, as not only to honor their contributions, but also to strengthen our community and ensure more equitable society. It is our moral imperative to ensure that every member of our society, regardless of age or occupation, has access to safe and dignified living. Together, let us work towards a future where our senior farm workers can live in dignity and security. Thank you very much for your time.
Catalina?
Muy buenas tardes a todos
Good afternoon to all,
y gracias por su apoyo.
and thank you for your support.
Quiero comentarles que nosotros tenemos más de 3 años trabajando por construcción de vivienda en Half Moon
So I
Bay.
just want to mention that we've been working on this for over 3 years in this construction.
Es lamentable que durante más de 20 años no se ha hecho un progreso en la
It's
vivienda.
unfortunate that during the last 20 years, there hasn't been any progress made on this housing.
Y como ustedes saben, somos un pueblo que sufre en este momento de gentrificación.
As you know, this is a town that suffers from gentrification.
Y nuestro pueblo es uno de los lugares más caros para vivir.
Our town is one of the most expensive places to live.
Yo sé que es muy conveniente para algunas personas
I know that it's really convenient for some people
que tienen un nivel de vida mejor que el de nosotros.
that have a better level of living or standard of living than us.
Entendemos que nosotros no hablamos su idioma,
We understand that we don't speak your language.
no pertenecemos a este país
We
tampoco,
don't belong to this country either.
pero hemos venido a este país a trabajar.
But we've come to this country to work.
Y aunque no lo crean, es nuestra familia la que ha hecho que este país progrese más.
And even if you don't believe it, it's been our families that have made progress, have made this country progress.
Porque la mayoría de latinos hacemos el trabajo que muchas personas no lo quieren hacer.
Because the majority of Latinos do the work that other people don't want to do.
Porque nadie quiere ganar 17 con un centavo la hora.
Because nobody wants to earn 17 and 1 cent per hour.
Nadie quiere estar trabajando en el sol.
Nobody wants to be working out in the sun.
No quieren estar limpiando casas,
Don't want to be cleaning houses,
hacer las yardas.
doing the yards.
Nosotros lo hacemos con gusto en nuestro trabajo.
And we do it with pleasure when we do our job.
Cultivamos su alimento.
We cultivate your food.
De todo eso hacemos que este país progrese.
And all through all of that, we make this country progress.
Aunque somos inmigrantes,
And even though we're immigrants,
también pagamos impuestos.
we also pay taxes.
Y es triste
And so it's very sad
que vivamos bajo las condiciones que vivimos.
that we live under these conditions that we're living in.
Nuestros hijos
So our kids
son su futuro,
are your future,
el futuro de esta nación,
the future of this nation
que está creciendo bajo nuestras circunstancias de
that
vida.
is growing with the circumstances of life that we have.
Es tiempo que haya vivienda en Half Moon Bay
So it's time that we have housing in Half Moon Bay
para la gente que realmente ha trabajado también por este pueblo.
for the people that really have worked for it in this country.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Hobstetter, and followed by Derek Kulda.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Maggie Hobstetter. I'm here on behalf of Sobrato Philanthropies. I'm here to voice our support for our grantee partner, ALAS, and their partnership with Mercy Housing to advance solutions for farm workers, including addressing the housing crisis among farm workers in Half Moon Bay. Our support has been demonstrated through a $500,000 grant to ALAS, made this past November to support the pre-development costs for this project. Thank you. And we appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to stand with our partner. Thanks.
Hello, Commissioners and my local community members. My name is Derek Kulda, and I am a business owner and a parishioner at Our Lady of the Pillar Church. I've been an active member of the church for 30 years, involved in various parish ministries, and I've raised my children in the parish. Also, I've been working with the pastor in the Archdiocese in recent years to open a K-8 grade school, Our Lady of the Pillar Academy, which has been a vision of the parish since its founding for over 150 years. Last week at the Housing Development hearing, I was moved by many of the comments in support of housing for our farm workers. They were heartfelt and showed a beautiful care for our brothers and sisters of lower incomes. One of the focuses at the parish is alleviating food and housing insecurity in our local community. In this work, we get a good feel for the sentiments and culture of the community. We currently serve 600 households per month, providing food support, rental assistance, PG&E assistance, and homeless care needs. Aligning as a community to support the housing needs of our brothers and sisters feels good, and it is good. But that doesn't make every proposal for it good. Our Lady of the Pillar is for dignified housing for our farm workers, but not all of us are in support of the current proposal at 555 Kelly. I will address some provisions in the written conditions of approval and then give our reasoning. The conditions of approval for this project call out Our Lady of the Pillar in 2 points. Point 1 refers to Our Lady of the Pillar as a partner to ALAS, and the other refers to a requirement to secure off-site parking on Our Lady of the Pillar parish grounds. I have 2 letters here that have already been submitted to the city from both our local pastor and the Archdiocese of San Francisco Real Property Support Corporation, which holds the title to the parish property. Both church letters clarify that 1, there currently exists no formal partnership between the church and ALAS. And 2, this project cannot expect to secure off-site parking on the church property. The church has no understanding or agreement with the developer or ALAS for parking. Additionally, the parish is working on a redevelopment plan of its own for the development of a new preschool and K-8 school on our campus, for which we expect to be struggling to provide adequate parking of our own. Our reasoning, size and scale.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're past 2 minutes. Are you ready to wrap up, or? Okay, go ahead.
The reasoning is size and scale. The proposed building will be out of scale for the neighborhood and tower over the neighboring properties. Number 2, density and parking. The project will cause a density and parking problem that is uncomfortable. Despite the arguments in the proposal, the residents of this project will have family and friends likely for extended visits, creating an unwanted density and parking problem. Just look to the street parking around Moon Ridge and other similar projects. And last, number 3, alternative locations. There are other areas in the community that are better suited for affordable housing projects. In summary, we are in support of affordable housing and not in support of the magnitude of this project in this location. Thank you for taking my comments into consideration.
Thank you. Sophia Lane, followed by Paulette Eisen.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to the sponsors for bringing forth this project for our community, to the staff for facilitating, and to you, the Planning Commission, for your consideration of it, and to our community for the thoughtful discussion of the many aspects involved in preparing for it. I'm Sophia Lane. I've been serving on the Cabrillo Unified School Board for the past several years, and though I've also been a Coastside resident for over 20 years, and here tonight in that capacity as a resident. I'm a really proud Coastsider, so I know many of you are. Probably, I would venture to say all of you are. I'm proud of all this community steps up and gets done year after year after year to improve conditions for all of our residents, especially when they need our help. We take our immediate response to the mass shooting last year, or even this week's annual Coastside Gives event as prime examples. Working in local government and advocating at the county and state level and directing programs globally before that, I also understand the difficult trade-offs that must be considered in such complex and often emotional situations. On the one hand, we have concerns including parking, traffic, and structure height. On the other, we have grandparents, uncles, mothers, friends who are in their sunset years, often after decades of grueling work growing our food for the rest of us to eat, yet still without stable and affordable roofs over their heads. We can come up with an infinite number of reasons why this, or really any solution, is not perfect, though I would encourage us to instead keep these concerns in perspective as we work together as a community to address them as we move forward and provide this desperately needed lifeline to our neighbors who are among the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Sophia, before you leave the podium, were you speaking for yourself?
I was speaking for myself.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Paulette Eisen, and I'm speaking for myself as well. When I've been here for 14 years, and when this purchase was made on 555 Kelly, the idea of it was to expand what is, at best, we can call our civic center, because we don't have one. Half Moon Bay is a town without a civic center. So every plan that I spoke to staff, I spoke to city council members, every plan that was in place for 555 Kelly was not a housing plan, ever. It was either to expand the Ted Adcock, whether to put the sheriff's department there and expand the other way, but that way we would have a city center, a civic center, possibly even to put City Hall there, but not a housing development. So I'm pretty dismayed at this plan, and because I've seen other plans, the city, as residents in this town, we never get a true, honest representation of what the plan truly is. Everybody plays politics. Everyone plays games with, funding, ways to get funding. We'll say that it's for first retired farm workers, then it's senior farm workers, now it's families, now it's this, now it's that. It just, the goalposts, everything keeps moving. We don't have a real representation of what this project is. Certainly, from a physical standpoint, what the project is a problem going to be for parking, taking up all those parking spaces and having people have to exit traffic-wise, that they can't go out from Kelly anymore, is going to present a major problem. And the height of the building, the size of the building, we can go on and on. Do I believe that everyone deserves to have a roof over their head and have a decent home to live in? Yes. And especially for housing, every housing that we've talked about for affordable housing in Half Moon Bay since I've been here is for the workers that work in Half Moon Bay, worker housing, so that they don't have to commute, so the teachers don't leave our district, on and on. But this is like a whole other project to put into Half Moon Bay, and we're not being given a real representation of what this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kayla Tolentino, and then followed by Ed Vargas.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Kyla Tolentino of Sobrato Philanthropy, and I've come to ask your support for this project. Since its founding, ALAS has demonstrated integrity to meet the unique needs of the coastside community. This project puts forward a solution to meet the moment. I encourage your support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Ed Vargas, Juliet Kulda.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Ed Vargas. I got my business and law degrees at Santa Clara University and was been involved with the ALAS people and first met with Matt and Jill about 555 Kelly. And from my perspective, when we talk about farm workers, they were exposed to crop dusters. When COVID hit, they had no masks. They were still out there. Restaurants were closed. Everybody depended upon the food. The economy of San Mateo County and other counties down in California is agriculture. Now you take a look at where that money goes to, and the farm workers do not get health care. They do not get benefits. They get paid on an hourly basis. When we take a look at what is building here, I personally looked at the report that San Mateo County put out, that every county is supposed to say what they are doing with affordable housing. And from that perspective, they did nothing. And that was okay. And I said, wait a minute, you have a dormant property sitting here for 6 years with nothing there. What if we made some modular housing? What if we modified it that way? But then when we brought the architecture people in, they said, well, we could increase it. Now, 40 units is not going to solve affordable housing, but California really needs more affordable housing for a lot of people. It's so expensive to live here in the Bay Area, and you need to depend upon it. Your farmers need it, Your economy needs it, and the farm workers need housing. So this is the first step. I look at it as a model that can be modified in other locations, because one location is not going to solve this problem. So I sent a letter also to Bridget to share with you with some of these details, including citing the content that was in the report from San Mateo County saying, oh, we don't have affordable housing, and we're not doing anything about it. So you need to start doing about it. I'm working also with a potential supervisor in San Francisco. They're looking at lease to buy as a model. So again, affordable housing is a big issue. We need to take a look at it. If you just look at the taxes that farm workers pay, looking at all the Hispanics in the U.S., there's over 64 million. If you looked at the GDP, the gross domestic product of what all the Hispanics do, that would be the 5th largest GDP in the world. And the farmers contribute to that. The farm workers contribute to that. It helps your economy. You need to come up with solutions to do this, and this is a great way to start. From a parking perspective, you have a huge parking lot with Adcock. You could move out the back fence to include more parking from that perspective. So my point to you is you can't look at it as under a microscope under one thing. To me, with law background, there's the law, the letter of the law, and the spirit of the law. I heard on the radio coming over here in Phoenix, they've got 3 new semiconductor plants coming in. There's 200,000 people that have come into Phoenix since 2020, and they still are looking for more people to support that industry. So I ask you to take a look at this as a first step for more affordable housing for farm workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliet Kulda, followed by Steve Hyman.
Hello, good evening. Hang on. Hello.
Closer to the mic.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, commissioners and everybody. My name is Juliet Kulda. I'm here on behalf of a resident here, as well as a parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar, right across here out of the window, and also as a business owner, as a realtor as well. So I may go over a little bit over 2 minutes, but I'll go fast. Okay, so I first want to say, while I am in favor of affordable farm worker housing, 100% in favor, I do not think this is the best location for it. And I want to also make a proposal, or at least a consideration of some areas that might be, I think, really great. It's ironic, by the way, we know that everybody's talking about pricing and affordable housing and how everything's expensive, and it's supply and demand that ultimately determines price. And it's just ironic to me that right before this meeting, we talked about Measure D, which restricts growth to 1%, and you are not including ADUs, and we just refused 12 or 14 homes this year, and we do that year over year over year over year over year over year. And yet we acknowledge, but we went on and passed that. So those are built on the dimes of people in our community, not on the state and not on the city. So I would like to, that's another topic, but I just think that's ironic because we could have more housing, but we're stopping it. So as far as the reasons that I don't think it's a good location, 18 parking spots are not enough for 40 units. I don't know that the kids here will have play area there. It's not in character of our downtown, especially the entry into downtown. Also, as a resident, or as a Our Lady of the Pillar parishioner, thousands of people go on and off this property nearby throughout the week. And I don't know if you guys realize how many events they have. And there's many a times, even for Sunday Mass, we're parking 2-3 blocks away. So I just would be, I don't know where the parking is going to come from. Just to wrap up, there are 2 properties that Half Moon Bay City shows up as owners, and they're walking distance to town. One, the Grandview, just south of Grandview Terrace, there's 12 acres that city owns, and adjacent to that is 25 acres just north of Terrace. That's 37 approximate acres. I understand there's some sensitive habitat, but we're talking about 1 or 2 acres or 3 acres that would be used over almost 40 acres walking distance. Imagine the parks and the land and the backyard and all the things that we could do to help make better housing and a better place. So I would just like you to please consider this project on other locations. Thank you.
Thank you. After Steve Hyman, Jackie Wilson.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. My name is Steve Hyman. I'm a 40-year resident of Half Moon Bay. I'm also a 30-year business owner. And for the last 25 years or so, I've been writing about real estate development for the Half Moon Bay Review. So I've covered many of these projects over the years. One of the things that I've seen is the torturous planning approval process that people have been going through for 25 years, whether it's the building across the street from City Hall, and all the, hoops you make people run through for years. What really bothers me is these, what I consider very discriminatory policies that we're seeing with Kelly Avenue and Stone Pine. You have been given by the state a magic zoning wand that you can just wave over any project. Height limits disappear, parking disappears, traffic disappears. What really upsets me the most is how people who have been trying to build large commercial projects have been stuck in what I call permit hell for 7 years, 5 years. Mid-Penn spent 10 years trying to get their Moss Beach project approved. And here we are going through these things with warp speed, and it really bothers me that you are just throwing the planning book out the window and just giving this project on Stone Pine countless variances that nobody else, probably in the last 25 years I've been covering real estate, has gotten. And that is very troublesome to me. Like I said, it's highly discriminatory. I know you're going to approve this, so it really doesn't matter what a lot of us think, but it really just leaves a very bad taste in people's mouth when you act in such a discriminatory way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And after Jackie Wilson, Reverend Lisa Warner Carey.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Wilson. I'm a resident of downtown Half Moon Bay in the downtown area. I've lived here for almost 19 years, which by, I think, town standards makes me a newbie almost. But I made the mistake, I came to the meeting last week, I made the mistake of going down the next door tunnel, the rabbit hole I call it, and it was elucidating to me. And there's everybody that speaks, I have something I want to say to, but I know I only have a couple of minutes. So let me emphasize one thing, which is that I think that this is the right project for the right place. Not perfect, but for what we're talking about. I think people go off on, it's everybody is for farm worker housing. Everybody is for affordable housing. But not here. Not in my location, not where I think maybe I won't park next week for farmer's market as conveniently as I'd like. But I had a revelation last year, I think our whole community did, with the tragedy of the shootings. I thought I knew the Latino community pretty well. I was very presumptuous. As a teacher of English for many years, or several years, to this community, I thought I knew the farm worker community to a great extent, the Latino community. I was absolutely stunned at the time of the shooting to find out how many of the people who were victims, and even the perpetrator, were Asian, were seniors, much more adult. I didn't know that existed. Out of sight, out of mind. We depend on them, we don't think about it. And in this location, they can walk to church, they can walk to shops, they can walk to the medical center, they can walk to the sheriff's station if they need to. They can walk 2 blocks to the library. How is that going to make our traffic any better or any worse to have them come from some other location? I've heard expand Moonridge, put them at Bay Cities, put them somewhere else. And I just don't think that's right. And as a community, we want them in our community, and we want to make sure that they know that this community needs them, appreciates them, and respects them. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Reverend Lisa Warner Carey, Matt Janinga.
Could you repeat it, please?
Reverend Lisa Warner Carey. And then after Reverend Lisa Warner Carey, Matt Janinga?
Good evening. My name is Lisa Warner Carey. I've lived in Half Moon Bay for only 13 years. I serve as pastor of the Community United Methodist Church, and as such have provided spiritual care and leadership to many individuals and groups within our community. However, I speak this evening as an individual community member. I have read the whole 146-page packet from this evening, including the applications, the meeting minutes, the staff reports, the letters, the comments, the responses to those letters, and the public comments. And this is what I see from having read all of that. We have up front groups of people who have created the proposals, secured funding, addressed concerns, and looked into the details of compliance with an alphabet soup of commissions. Mercy Housing, ALAS, and the work our city staff have done. They have done that work, the due diligence. They have outlined, in my understanding, a project that is in compliance. But that really isn't the issue. All of the overlapping laws, guidelines, standards that are being discussed were created so that we, Half Moon Bay, in our building plans, create a cityscape that is reflective of our community values. That's the purpose of all these planning rules. This is the real issue, and it can be summed up by the simple question of what are those values? Are we a community that values our elder farm workers? I am part of the larger community which had our eyes open to the realities of farm worker housing on January 23rd last year. Do we have the courage to say, no, that is not who we are? Do we have the courage to say now, we will do better? Don't say it's a great project, but it belongs somewhere else. Our city staff has said this project is in compliance. ALAS has partnered with Mercy Housing, and this is the project that is proposed. They know the people, they know construction, they know the law, they know Half Moon Bay. So do we value our elder farm workers? I want to live in a community that says and shows we value our elder farm workers. We respect them enough to house them downtown with a resource center within walking distance of their grocery stores, their doctors, their churches. This project belongs in Half Moon Bay. This project reflects the highest values of our community. This project says we value our elder farm workers.
Thank you. After Matt, Leonard Iniguez.
Say it again.
They know.
Hi, my name is Matt Janiga. I live in the affordable housing community known as Ocean Colony in the south end of town. I'm here tonight to talk about 4 different types of right, as in why this is the right project to approve. The first is that it's morally and ethically right to do this. These folks are our neighbors. They've worked with our family and friends. They've worked for us in this community. They deserve dignity and they deserve housing. The second is that this is the right thing to do from a policy perspective. I'm sure you all are well aware that the RHNA numbers are 480 homes that need to be delivered by 2031. And if that doesn't happen, maybe some of the good folks over there on this side of the room will help build luxury condos under the builder's remedy. If we want to head that off, this project is the perfect deliverable to do that. It helps deliver 40 new homes, which really help take a bite out of that 480 unit number. The third is this is legally right. This project complies with state housing laws. More so, it's designed in a way where the city should not be blocking it, and doing so would be a violation. And the fourth right that I want to talk about is more to my friends in the audience, which is if that this planning commission does not do the right thing and approve this project, come find me because I have my checkbook right here to make a donation to fund your litigation.
After Leonard, we have Loriana Ceja Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Leonard Iniguez. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm here to support the 555 Kelly Avenue project. I've been involved with the farming and recreational equine industry here on the coast for over 45 years. And I've been able to see how a lot of these individuals live. Many of them, their living conditions are tied to their salary. And as seniors, you know, they're very vulnerable and their income is they're at the bottom of the bottom. So it's very easy for someone to say, you know what, you can't do the job, you're gone. And the insecurities of not knowing where they're going to live or how they're going to live. You go to some of these places and they can't even have suitable drinking water. You know, you see them standing over here by Rite Aid filling up gallons and gallons of water so they can drink. Having this project here, I strongly believe is a standard that can be taken throughout the state, and other communities can institute the same type of project that we're looking at here. And I encourage you to support this project 100%. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And after Loriana, Alex Ontiveros.
My name is Loriana Ceja Diaz, and this is my daughter Mimi. I brought her today to serve as an example for those of us that don't have any social responsibility or don't feel they have a social responsibility, to see Mimi as an example that they can follow. Thank you, Planning Commission, for giving the community the opportunity to speak, to use their voice today. Our society requires us all, each and every one of us, to be socially responsible. My daughter's a Girl Scout Junior and has supported our local farm workers via ALAS for several years now. To be a Girl Scout is to be socially responsible. As a Planning Commission seat holder, you are required of the same. As leaders of our community, you're elected to lead our community into the future with respect and dignity. I'm going to say this with all the respect that each and every one of you deserve. I dare you all to do the same. With all this that is being spoken about with 55 Kelly and all matters that come before you while you sit in that seat. As elected officials, you're elected by the people and are tasked with the responsibility to help your people, your community. In the matter being heard before you at this moment, those people are the aging farm workers that have dedicated themselves to work this community's land, not the outskirts that you want to send them to. And we need to support them so that this town can remain afloat. I ask you to work with the applicant in their favor. I will end my time with a quote from General Colin Powell. Leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems, for example, all of us speaking, again, for hours on end, that's not part of his speech, is the day you have stopped leading them. They have either lost confidence in you or concluded that you do not care. Either case is a failure of your leadership. I thank you.
Thank you. After Alex, Kim Dino.
My name is Alex Ontiveros. By some, I am considered a community leader and activist. I'm a publisher. I run 2 small ventures. I consider myself a small business owner. I'm an award-winning documentarian and filmmaker. I'm proud to have produced a documentary that's called Campesinos, America's Unsung Heroes. We had the privilege of presenting that film at the state capitol last year in August, and then we were invited to present it in Washington, D.C. to congressional members. We are going to continue to document the farm worker journey in California and especially here in Half Moon Bay. People talk about DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? What does equity mean? And what does inclusion mean to you? That's what I asked the commission. I want to take a moment to reflect briefly. During the pandemic, there was a scare over the limited amount of toilet paper. Do you guys remember that? That was toilet paper. Toilet paper. Let's think about produce. What would happen if the folks that are responsible for helping us have our daily food and produce, what would that scare be like? I think my time is up. I heard a beep. But I'm going to leave you with this. It was a statement that somebody else made earlier. How are we going to show up? How are we going to show up for our community, right? At this time. There's a sign that somebody's holding that says the world is watching. Yeah, the world is watching. But how about our children are watching? The next generation is watching. And how are we going to show up for them in our community? I thank you.
Thank you. After Kimberly, Claudine Del Rosario.
Mic check. Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Gudino, the Executive Director of Brown Issues, a statewide organization that's focused on the empowerment of the Latino community. I was devastated to hear the news of the 55 Kelly coming to a halt because our farm workers have already been through enough, and they deserve everything. Here in Half Moon Bay, you have an incredible organization, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, who was awarded Nonprofit of the Year in the state of California. They are a model for the state of what it looks like to show up for our campesinos, the people who for 3 times a day show up for us. I urge you to keep your commitment and move forward with 555 Kelly. Like Alas, the city of Half Moon Bay can be the model for the state of what it looks like for a city to show up for our farm workers. I am in strong support of this, and bless the hands that pick your food, prepare your food, and serve your food. They deserve it.
Thank you. After Claudine, Victoria Sanchez de Alba.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Claudine Del Rosario, and I am here on behalf of Sobrado Philanthropies. We want to express our support for Alas and their partnership with Mercy Housing to provide affordable and dignified housing for farm workers who support this region and beyond with their labor. The farm worker community put their lives on the line to make sure our families and communities could continue to eat through the pandemic while we got to shelter at home. As my colleagues have mentioned earlier, we have committed $500,000 towards the 555 Kelly project and the vision of our grantee partner Alas in their vision and in supporting our frontline workers who we depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Victoria, R.J. Jennings.
Hi there. I'm Victoria Sanchez de Alba and serve as the Vice Chair of the San Mateo County Healthcare for the Homeless and Farm Worker Program. I am speaking for myself, not the board. I've supported the 555 Kelly Affordable Housing Project since 2021, especially during the COVID pandemic, which highlighted the inequities faced by essential farm workers in Half Moon Bay and the coastside. Alongside Ed Vargas and Dr. Belinda Hernandez Arriaga of Alas, we met with the late former Supervisor Don Horsley and city officials to discuss providing affordable housing for senior farm workers. Thankfully, they understood the need. And with Mercy Housing and Supervisor Ray Mueller, we made significant progress. The 2023 mass killings exposed the deplorable living conditions on farms, putting Half Moon Bay under a worldwide microscope. Approving this project will create affordable housing for farm workers, addressing an urgent need and showcasing the city of Half Moon Bay as a model for other communities to emulate. We're counting on you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And after RJ, Rita Mancera.
Good evening. And just good to see such a beautiful community that came to show up for this. You know, I want to start by saying I can't believe we're at this point, but in reality, this is our history in this country. We see the injustice. We are appalled by the living conditions. And then we're all in it, kumbaya, we show up. But when it comes to making change, it's people in your position that decides that something like parking can stop change and growth. The only thing that's guaranteed in our life is change. None of us are going to last through this. And we need to make this change. This community can figure out how to handle the parking. The parking is not an issue. We walk, we bike, we park here. So parking is not an issue that stops us. It doesn't stop what is in the heart of taking care of our brothers here. I'm getting tired of pleading to mostly a white crowd to do the right thing. I'm just getting tired of it. It just gets old. It's the burden I carry from my great-grandfather through generations. Stand up and take the action. Take the action.
Thank you. And after Rita, Ismael Sanchez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rita Mancera, and I'm the Executive Director of Puente. We are your neighbors on the south. We operate in Pescadero, and we work with farm workers, and I'm here today, honestly, a little bit on disbelief that this meeting has been taking such a big push on a project that is really strong, really committed, really supported. And I'm going to ignore my notes now and say that I have worked with farm workers for 20 years now in my community. I've seen the conditions of the housing where they live, and it's really hard to do almost anything in my community. You have presented with the work through ALAS, with the work through the city of Half Moon Bay and the county, the best opportunity you are going to have to actually make a change for farm workers who have already worked in this community for so many years. They don't have to prove themselves anymore to you. They have already done it for all these years. And the only thing that they deserve right now is better housing so they can age with health. I don't understand why is it so hard to consider a project like this. And I just want to tell you not to be afraid. Making change and doing the right thing is scary. And there's organizations and community members that have been doing this for a long time. So don't let the opportunity go to change what has been on the news about Half Moon Bay since 2023, which is the shooting. Make historic news about building decent housing for farm workers and set the example for communities like mine.
Thank you. And after Ismael, Lourdes Patino. Oh, Ismael, I'm sorry.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Lourdes Patiño
My name's Lourdes Patiño,
y resido aquí en Half Moon Bay desde tengo 49 años
and so I've resided in Half Moon Bay, I think, 49 years,
y vengo a apoyar a 555 Kelly,
and I come to support 555 Kelly.
a los agriculturas
So the agriculture,
y me gustaría que nos ayudaran a a que haya muchas casas.
I'd like for you to help us all so that there's a lot of housing.
Porque muchas personas en un cuarto viven hasta 10 o 7 personas en un cuarto.
Because there's like 10 people living in one room.
Y yo pienso que todos necesitamos nuestro espacio.
And so I think that we all need our own space.
Por eso tenemos mucha depresión porque estamos muy apelados.
That's why we're depressed, because we're all piled up together.
No quiero decir más. Muchas gracias y espero que nos escuchen.
I don't want to say any more. Thank you very much, and I hope that you can hear us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ismael Sanchez. Hi, Sue. I'm here today just by a miracle, maybe you can tell it that way. Who stand for 55 Kelly Avenue? Who goes to our church on Our Lady of the Pillar? Most of us. My brother Christians, welcome to go to my church as well too. The question is here. You guys have houses? You guys live in a house, right? You don't rent? Do you? Maybe you own a house. I can put it that way. I own a house. It's so wonderful to own a house, to make America dream here, to build the community. I've been here in Half Moon Bay since 1998, my whole life. My roots are coming, and we're coming strong. We got a big family, then we're in a construction industry. And if you guys not gonna approve the one in 55 Kelly there, guess what? Somebody else is gonna come and build nice, nice, beautiful apartments. And you guys are gonna say yes to those persons, but not to these poor peoples. You know? You guys need to think a little bit. I heard about, we're neighbors, right? We're neighbors. Everybody say, yes, we're neighbors. But we don't like our neighbors. That's the point. It's really sad. I feel like really ashamed because I'm here to support my Latino community, and we always have the barricade against the Anglos and Latinos. It's always that way. I would say support it. Let's build it. Like the guy said, we'll get used to how to deal with the traffic. And by the way, I don't think all the parishioners are agree against it, like the Kuldas family said. And you know, I'm not agree what you guys comment, but I'll leave it up to you guys. Thank you very much, and please approve 55 Kelly.
Does anyone else wish to speak that didn't submit a card before I close the public hearing?
Zoom.
Oh, and we have some on Zoom. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to- We have a couple more cards. We have a couple on Zoom.
Excuse me, Bridget, I think one person is filling out a green card right now before we go to Zoom.
We have a couple on Zoom that spoke last time too, so we'll make sure that we address that. Okay.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
Go ahead.
So hello, my name is Citlali Huerta. I was actually not even planning on coming because I had work. I have been a member of this community since my birth, 1995. That is 28 years, coming on 29. This is definitely an important project. Putting it out there, I am also a parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar. I was an altar server throughout my childhood, First Communion, confirmation, you know, all that jazz. I don't believe that parking should be the barrier to this housing project. I'm trying not to get emotional. It breaks my heart that the backbone of not just our community, but this country is not truly appreciated, because for life, you know, we need food and water. And that appreciation for our environment has definitely been lost. Our own high school, thankfully, you know, has the program of FFA, Future Farmers of America. You know, I myself, speaking as an individual, I do not mind having to walk, roll, what have you, a little extra if housing is what we need. My own mother, you know, has been working since she was a kid. Though she did not work in the fields, she did work in nursery, formerly known as Nursery Men's Exchange, now Rockin' Farms. It breaks my heart when I drive, whether it be raining or hot day, whether it be here somewhere else, and you see farmers out in the fields not complaining. It could be 6, 5 in the morning until they need to leave. You know, that could be 7 days a week. They do not get the chance to be with their families, so if this is what it takes to make sure that they are able to be part of our community, then I think we need to approve this, and the what ifs could be talked about, but if we know that everything falls within policy, then again, parking should not be that barrier, because that would be an embarrassment to this beautiful community. And again, as a parishioner of Our Lady of the Pillar, you know, our Latinx community is very strong, and I feel that people are more in favor than opposed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ready. Okay, we're going to start with Zoom. Linda Goldstein, followed by Suzanne Moore.
Hi, I'm Linda Goldstein, and I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay for 22 years. And I'm with COSIDE Faith in Action, as well as the COSIDE Jewish community. And I certainly hope that you're able to use the state density bonus law so that the farm workers have housing that they need. I'm a senior and I live in Cañada Cove. I'm lucky that I can afford to live here. And the thing is that they're a part of our community. They're not a separate thing. They are a part of who we are. And they deserve a location where they can walk or ride their bicycles to downtown areas. So that's all I have to say, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne.
Suzanne Moore, 25-year coastal resident. Thank you, Commissioners, for your consideration of 555 Kelly. As with any project, community members may be fearful of change. I honor your task as Commissioners to listen to your community and mitigate concerns. The community has expressed a concern on the project's parking. To mitigate concerns, the city could consider an increase in handicap parking or consider shuttles from a nearby parking lot. Half Moon Bay has demonstrated past abilities to be creative. Half Moon Bay has also shown its ability to consider all its residents, even those historically left behind. Our senior farm workers deserve safe, affordable housing after serving our coastal community for so many years. The 555 Kelly project meets the needs as outlined in Half Moon Bay's housing element, speaks to the vision of California's Fair Housing Act, and reflects the generosity of a grateful community. The project is our best opportunity to shine. Please move forward on the 555 Kelly project. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlisle and Young spoke already last week. Eric DeBode. Go ahead, Eric.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Eric DeBode, and I am the Executive Director of Abundant Grace Coastside Worker. This is a righteous project, and it's in the correct location. I live and work on Kelly, and I know the traffic and parking is bad when there are special events and when kids are dropped off or picked up from school. But the school traffic only lasts 10 or 15 minutes in the morning and at 3 in the afternoon. I know we can work out a resolution to the parking and traffic issues. First of all, as long as there isn't a special event, there's always parking in the vicinity of Kelly, Church, Mill, and Purissima. If it doesn't yet exist, perhaps the city, the chamber, or some other organization could create a downtown special events calendar, and each organization would be accountable to plan ahead and coordinate dates so only one major event happens at the same time. I would add that I've heard over the past several years how important it is that affordable housing happens near the core of Half Moon Bay. It makes great sense. It's walkable and therefore cuts down on traffic. Plus, studies show seniors are less likely by almost half even to own a vehicle. Let's put our heads together and plan solutions to concerns. It can be done, and I would feel so proud of our community if we did make this project work for senior farm workers. This is the best of what we are about as a community. Thank you, commissioners, for your valuable work. We really appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you. And last we have is Judy. You can speak.
Hi, good evening, Half Moon Bay Planning Commissioners. My name is Judith Ortiz. I live close to the Bay Area and strongly support the farm workers in Alas. I ask that you follow through with the housing project and be the model for other cities. I ask that you consider the needs of farm workers and their families, including improved working conditions, health, safety, and access to basic necessities, including safe housing. This is what every person and family deserve, no matter who they are and what language they speak. The farm workers have put their lives on the line several times, including during the pandemic, to ensure we all have food on our tables. They are real people, real families, and real children, and they deserve respect. You should be the ones to guide this to be true. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That wraps up the Zoom.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And at this point, do you guys need a break? We need to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8:45.
We're ready,
back.
PCT. Good.
At this point, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners if you have clarifying questions. Who would like to start?
We might need to give staff a moment to get.
Yeah, let's give them a
That's
second.
fine. We're good.
Go ahead, just start.
Okay. I'd like to make just a point of clarification for my purpose and my function here on the commission. I just want to make it very clear that I am not an elected official. I am a volunteer that has been appointed by a council member to be part of the commission. So I just wanted to correct the record of the one speaker that mentioned that I was an elected official. I am not an elected official. I am a volunteer, an appointee by by the commission, by the city council. Thank you.
We're all volunteers here. And I'll just add to this, I've been at this for 10 years, so I have a particular type of sadness in my life that brings me here every 2 weeks. But I've been involved over the last 10 years in updating this local coastal land use plan. It's an 800-page document. It took us 6 years to get this updated. And it's the whole reason I joined the Planning Commission. And it shocked people when we got it through the Coastal Commission unanimously and without edit and no litigation. It's a major accomplishment for the city. This is the first major project that has come to us under some of these policies that are brand new and never existed before. And I think I'm not going to do this, but I know if I ask people to raise their hand and say who supports farm worker housing, everybody here would raise their hand in Half Moon Bay. And I know all of the people who've spoken here support that position. Our objective is to get this project right so that it's a good quality project for the people who live there. It meets the standards we've put in our policies, and it also sets a super critical precedent for every project that comes before us. And we know there's a project next door that's being planned, and there's other projects that are being planned. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands the context in which we're doing this. I helped write the workforce overlay plan. I'm very familiar with it, and I've become even more educated with the intricacies over the last 6 weeks. And we're working through this, and we're here to help do the best we can with what we've got. That's our objective, I think, as planning commissioners. And all of us as volunteers take this very seriously. And we hold people who do development in downtown, in particular, to the highest standards. And so we just want you to understand the context of somebody raised the issue of fairness. I think it's important for us that we be fair with applicants. Even with the state density law, we have to be fair to all of the applicants who come before us, not just the ones who have affordable housing projects. We need to have some manner of consistency. And I really worry. The reason why we updated this plan was because we had a lot of risks. I really worry that there are other risks that we open up, and I'm going to just stop there.
Thank you. Does anyone want to start with clarifying questions? I'm happy to start. I wanted to know about the parking configuration in the garage. Would that configuration allow a wheelchair-bound resident to use the Samtrans transport system?
The parking garage has 2 accessible parking spaces and an accessible path of travel to the public right-of-way. So yes.
And so for that person being put into the van in a wheelchair, would they be loaded in the garage or on the curb?
I don't know the specifics of how Samtrans operates their service, but wherever would be appropriate and to pick them up is where Samtrans would receive them.
I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to come out of the building into either, is it onto Kelly Avenue or will it be in the driveway?
Again, not knowing the specifics of how Samtrans would prefer to pick up a passenger with accessibility challenges, but this building, and if there are specific questions, the architect can answer those, but the building is designed to be fully accessible. So someone should be able to come out the front door and meet them at Kelly, should be able to come out on the side as well.
Are you the engineer? Okay.
Architect.
Okay,
Ben,
architect.
I was on Zoom the last time. It's nice to be here, Ben.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know the specifics of Samtrans, but it's a van accessible parking stall. So if a van decided to drop off inside the garage, they could do that.
Okay, thank you. I have another question about parking. I wanted to know, and this might be answered by Mercy Housing, what percentage of the total cost of the project is being consumed by parking in the garage and the reconfigured parking on the Ted Adcock Center?
That would be a question for the applicant.
So just to reiterate, so you're looking for specifics on the parking?
In the garage, the 18 spots and the additional spots that are being reconfigured in front of the Ted Adcock Center where you're restriping and reconfiguring the whole driveway.
Yeah, so the parking that is considered in the garage, specific to the residential building, which is the 18 spaces, the cost of that is included in the overall cost of the building facilities. And that, I don't have the specifics in front of me of what the breakdown of the parking garage is, but it's in the range of about $2 to $3 million just to finance the garage specifically. Then the reconfiguration of the parking spaces within front of the Ted Adcock Community Center, which includes the 28 spaces, I believe that's what we're talking about, that is in the range of about $50,000 to $100,000 in order to do that reconfiguration. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, that does. Thank you very much.
Just a question for perhaps Alas. Where would your food distribution take place? Would it be at this event center or the center?
Hey, thank you for that question. It will be in the same place, so we wouldn't move it here.
Okay, thank you.
I submitted these questions in advance, so I hope the applicant's prepared. What are we doing to make sure that the people in this room, the people who work on the coast side, actually get the housing to the exclusion of others? And how do we make that happen in a legally defensible way?
So I will start with speaking to the population that this building is intended to serve, just to clarify that, and then get to some of the specifics of that question. So the intended population is senior farm workers and their households. A senior farm worker is identified as an individual who's aged 55 and over, who derives, is working, or is retired from, and a substantial portion of his or her income is from agricultural employment. So that, just to understand where we're standing at with what the proposed eligible head of household would have to be.
So God forbid if Farmer John declared bankruptcy and met the economic threshold, he could move into that house former Mayor John Mueller. Anybody who's a farmer, that first part of the definition, any farmer anywhere could meet this. There's no,
So along with the age restrictions and the agriculture restrictions, we also would restrict on the income restrictions and the occupancy standard for an individual unit.
okay, thank you.
Does that answer your full question?
How do you enforce that? Who's responsible for doing that? And have you done farm worker housing before?
So Mercy Housing will be the owner, operator, and property management company for 555 Kelly, the entire building, for the perpetuity of its operations. We have operated within California for over 40 years and have over 50 senior communities throughout the state, and adhere to regulations both by the city, the county, and the state to uphold those guidelines for all of our financial obligations.
So you're not associated with Mid-Penn, who is responsible for Moonridge?
No, that's a separate affordable housing developer.
Okay. And going back to the original question, how do you ensure that the people who are in this room, who are residents of Half Moon Bay, will get this housing versus somebody from San Mateo, San Francisco, Nebraska, God forbid?
So there is a condition that has been put into the conditions of approval that maybe I'll ask the staff to speak on.
Through the chair, do you want me to handle that one? Yeah, condition of approval 2C is basically an aspirational condition to include a local preference for local farm workers. There are some legal complications with doing a local preference, and so it is worded as, they're going to seek to provide this local preference because there are some sort of steps you have to take in order to do it, basically establishing that your local preference isn't a sort of sub rosa racial preference. So that's why it's worded in that way. Mercy did have a request to sort of clean up that condition a little bit, clarify. So there are some wording changes that were suggested, and in particular to define currently, the condition talks about a preference for workers in Half Moon Bay or elsewhere in the coast side and defining what the coast side is. So if we get to that point in the discussion, we could circle back to that and I could convey what the requested modification is there.
If this project were approved today, two-part question. How long will it take to get built, and is there funding to manage it from an operational place already in place? Do we already have funding from an operational perspective to keep it going?
So we have committed sources thus far from the city and the state for multiple levels of financing for this project. What we are seeking approvals on today will allow us to be eligible to apply for more financing that will become available from the state, we anticipate later this summer. So if we are eligible based on these approvals to apply for that financing, we then would have an ability to start construction within the next year and have housing built within a time frame following that financing from the state.
So, I'm sorry, do you have funding to complete the project now, but you don't have funding to operate the project, or you still need more funding to complete the project?
No, we still need funding to complete the project, but in order to, we have a certain level that is committed thus far from the city, the county, and the state. We are seeking more funding from the state through the low-income housing tax credit program. In order to be eligible for that program, we have to have land use approvals in place.
And I've heard this is a $32 million project. Does this include just the committed resources, or is this all future construction resources?
The total sources for that project is, I believe you're getting into like the committeds, the
the committed sources. I'm trying to understand.
I've heard in red that this is a $32 million project. What is the cost of this project in total for construction, not for operations, but for construction, including the acquisition of the land or the donation of the land?
Aside from the dollar amounts, it's a little bit confusing in the way that affordable housing is funded. We aren't funded just for construction. Okay, you don't need 1A on this. Okay, so as we get our commitments, it's for the construction and the long-term operations.
My point is that I'd like to understand the total cost of the project, because I've heard many people comment on the cost of the project, and I don't actually know what it is, number one. And number two, I'm under the impression that this project may not be eligible for HUD funding. I've spoken to some people in the county government, but help me understand, like, are you planning to use federal resources, Section 8 housing to pay for this project? Are farm workers going to have to demonstrate that they have a documented status to qualify for housing? I'm just, again, trying to understand, not everybody here may be documented, and I don't care, but I just want to make sure that people who work in our community can get housing here, and there's not going to be a holdup because of we don't get HUD, we can't have them live here because of a federal policy. You know, these are, you know, this goes back to the nature of sustainability and what we're doing here.
So we are seeking multiple sources. So right now, we have sources that are committed from the city of Half Moon Bay, the San Mateo County. We have land donated, that's obviously from the city. We have approved committed sources from the state HCD through the IIG program. And we are seeking additional contributions for the funding from the San Mateo County for their Affordable Housing Finance Program and through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program for the state. The overall funding that we are looking for is the capital stack that will fund that funding will go to build actual capital improvements of the building. We are also seeking additional operation subsidy for the building. The total development cost thus far we are looking at is at $43 million for that capital stack that we are seeking.
And that includes the acquisition of the land?
That includes the acquisition of the land, yes.
And are you going to own the land, or is the city going to own the land?
The city is going to maintain the ownership of the land. We will enter into a long-term ground lease with the city for that land to operate the building there.
And does the $43 million include the $120,000 to build new parking, or $50,000?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'll take a break there.
I have a question. What is the cost of the lease of the land, or is the city just going to convey the land to you? I don't understand the cost of the lease, and is that included in that $42 million? Or $43 million?
Does the city like to speak to the terms of, we haven't negotiated the terms of the ground lease fully, but we have identified that it would be a below market ground lease. So I don't know if the city wants to speak to the terms of that.
I don't have any further details on the negotiations of the ground lease.
Okay, so at this time, though, we don't know if this is going to be leased at below market because and we don't know if the city just conveys it or gives the land to.
It's not going to be conveyed or given to us. It will be a lease term that is determined with the city staff and approved to do so. Yeah.
Oh, I do have a question because I'm not knowledgeable in this at all. How do these tax credits work? I'd like to understand why financing is conditioned on tax credits.
I will give my version. I've never done a tax credit deal, but I've been explaining them for 30 years. Okay, ice cream cone. So in general, and my team will correct me, but just in general, this is important because I love this part. In general, it is the way that in the United States of America, we fund affordable housing, basically. It involves way too much, it's a bit of a scandal, and it's the only thing that works. And so, the way it works is, we are a nonprofit. We create a deal. That's all I can say, it's a deal. And it needs this much local money, it needs this much other kind of money. More than 50% of it needs this kind of money, which is tax credit money. And so we put this whole deal together, we say what we're going to do and what we're obligated to and how long we're going to do it for, and we give our background because we have our history and our track record, blah, blah, blah. And then we submit this deal by deadline, which is coming up, and then we find out through this machinations through the state and the federal government, but the general version is we get tax credits. So we get 40 million, however many we need for this project, we will get that many millions of dollars worth of tax credits, which I call a coupon. We don't pay tax. So we turn around to this very complicated business that has come up since 1989 or whenever the tax credit program got started, and we sell our coupons on the market. And organizations get into this business appropriately to help us sell these tax credits to corporations, to big conglomerates that pay taxes. And so they pay us X on the dollar. And that's how we get the cash, and they pay their taxes. That's honestly what a tax credit program is. It should be better explained, and 5 people here could say a much better version, but generally that's kind of right.
So whoever pays for the coupon gets the tax credit?
Gets the benefit.
The benefit of the
We
tax
sell
credit?
our benefit.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, I get
Boom.
it.
We get cash, they get a benefit. That's how they pay their taxes.
Thank you.
There's tons of issues if we don't, like, but it's important because these folks that bought their tax credits, they have a lot invested in that. Millions of dollars. And if we screw up our occupancy, if we screw up how we run the building, they can lose tax credits and we get dinged. There are big consequences. So it's sort of lighthearted the way I describe it, but it's not at all lighthearted. So
I really appreciate the education I'm getting here. Is there anything in your tax credits or funding that requires you to have a 5 or 6-story building? Are you required to have a building of any height by your funding sources?
We are not required to have a building height by any one of those funding sources specifically. However, what we are required to do is to create a financially feasible project. And in order to do that, in order to build the project and financially operate it for the sustained period of time that we are committed to do so, which is 55 years, we need to build a certain number of units to be able to operationally do that. And that number that we have financially feasible come up with is 40 units.
Can I add on to that question? Is the funding tied to the Alas Farm Worker Resource Center being located in the building?
So the funding that we are seeking is specific for the housing, and that will build what is called, I would say, the shell of the Alas Farm Worker Resource Center. We have identified the Alas Farm Worker Resource Center as essential to be able to providing services for our residents. However, the tenant improvements, the interior of that space, is funded separately from the housing portion.
So hypothetically, and I'm not advocating for this or not, this is just to educate me, if you were to put housing down below and not, and get more housing in, you would get more tax credits.
From a design perspective, it's difficult to do what you are describing.
But it would, if you added more units, you would get more tax credits. Is that correct?
From a design perspective, it's challenging to be able to add more units on the ground floor and make it feasibly work to increase the number of units from 40, even if we were to reconfigure units within the building.
Okay, I understand. So these tax credits, going back to that, it's more like what they do with emissions. They trade emission standards back and forth.
I want to go back to the parking. I should have finished. Sorry, I just want to understand how the parking is going to be utilized within the garage. Will it be numbered or assigned?
Yeah, so we will have, typically, upon leasing the building, we will assign spaces. Those are typically assigned, designated by use, who would like to be eligible to have a space, and then we would provide a lottery system for those eligible folks to be able to have a car or a space within the building.
And
those are assigned.
Will they be monitored to ensure that the public isn't coming in to take away their parking spot?
Yes, they are monitored by our property management company.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair. I just would remind you that you have the option to ask us if we want to terminate the meeting if people are jeering or cajoling or saying things that are inappropriate.
Okay, well, I guess as a point of order, we do have some very serious work to do here, so if possible, if you need to speak, if you want to have a different conversation, you could please go outside. Thank you, because it's disrupting the thought pattern for my fellow commissioners, but thank you.
I have a question. If the state law does not require you to have parking, why are you providing parking?
We were, after working through multiple rounds of design with city staff and the Architectural Advisory Committee, we heard that parking was an important issue. So we wanted to do our best to try to provide as much feasible parking within the building as we could that we could operate and finance.
And are you required to provide, I'm going to switch. What are why do you get 4 concessions? What is the premise behind the 4 concessions?
I'm going to turn it over to Winter to help with that.
Yeah, that's part of the state density bonus law, and the number of concessions you get is tied to how much affordable housing is provided in a project. So for the 100% affordable, you get 4 concessions, and they've asked for 2. And concessions are essentially waivers of city standards that help with the affordability and sort of the making it feasible to provide the affordable units.
So I actually pulled up, I guess this is a Myers-Narvey report that they published, and it had the codes and the statutes in here. And it looks to me that it says in the statutes itself, and I'm not an expert in this, that if the facility is within, I think, a certain mileage radius, that they don't have to provide parking. So I see that, I think the city's report mentions that it's a half-a-mile radius. If it's within a half-a-mile radius, one thing happens. If it's outside a half-a-mile radius, something else happens. Can you explain a little bit about that? I don't quite get it.
You're correct. The government code section, density bonus law allows for different provisions in order to be able to have the 100% affordable, the super density bonus apply to this project. It needs to meet one of 2 different standards, either within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, or it needs to be a project that serves a senior community and needs to have transit within a distance and operating at a certain frequency. So this project meets that second threshold, and that is a project that serves a 55 or older population. And so that's how it's meeting the.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was distracted by that sign,
Can
and
you
I
please stop
couldn't, I
doing that?
couldn't hear.
It's making
I
it
mean,
hard for us to get this project done. We're trying to be supportive of this
Can you
whole
repeat?
community, and you waving a sign makes it hard for me to follow what people are saying.
Because I'm
Please
concentrating
stop.
on your sign.
We're
Thank you.
concentrating on the sign, not listening to our attorney. My heart is open. I am distracted by your words.
So if I could just
Okay.
please repeat.
So a
Can we
point of
repeat?
order, please, my fellow commissioners are asking for the respect for the volunteer work we're doing tonight for the community. Thank you.
So if you could please restate everything you said, because I didn't quite, I couldn't concentrate. I'm sorry.
Could you rephrase your question, and I'll make sure I answer it very clearly.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So I don't know if I should say the density bonus statutes, it's at section 65915. Number 2, it says a local government shall not condition the submission, review, or approval of an application pursuant to this chapter on preparation of an additional report or study that is not otherwise required by state law, including this section. This subdivision does not prohibit a local government from requiring an application to provide reasonable documentation to establish eligibility for a requested density bonus. Density bonus incentives or concessions as described in subdivision D, waivers or reductions of development standards as described in subdivision E, and parking ratios as described in subdivision P. And when I go to subdivision P, it provides some criteria about, areas that, oh boy, see, this is, yeah, so the question is, it talks about a half a mile radius, and how does this project apply? How does that apply to this project?
Well, you found the right section, and it speaks to if a development is within a half a mile of a major transit stop, or if the development is a for-rent housing development for individuals who are 55 years of age or older, and the development either has paratransit service or transit service within 1/2 mile to a fixed bus route service that operates at least 8 times a day. If it meets either of those thresholds, the parking standard does not apply. So for this project, it meets that second threshold where this is a for-rent housing development, 55 years of age or older, and it has fixed bus route service within 1/2 mile of this project site.
And if I could just augment that, I think we also concluded it satisfies the first, that it's within a half mile of a major transit stop, given the sort of unconventional nature of transit in Half Moon Bay. That took a little bit of, Mike Nochi did all these charts and figured out all the routes, and you had to sort of map it out. But I think the provision Christy pointed to is the more straightforward of the two.
And so I don't remember, what is the distance to the nearest?
0.3 miles.
It's 0.3 miles. Okay, thank you.
Can I just jump in for a second and say, is there anything in our LCP that requires us to keep the parking on site? Can city staff come to us and say, let's move the parking someplace else, let's make a 2-story structure in the same parking lot? Do we have to have it here? Can we do some type of in lieu fee that funds the parking? Does it need to be, it doesn't, I mean, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't even need to be in the building, but maybe there's some other policy that city staff's worried about with respect to the LCP that's of concern. Help me understand. Could we just move the parking someplace else?
There is no requirement for parking that the city is imposing. This was a voluntary provision of parking on site to address community concerns. So I think the concern that I think Mercy might want to address is if there were a condition to somehow redesign the project to move the parking off-site, they would probably want to speak to that. But in terms of what the city requirements are for parking, it's not the city requiring on-site parking for this. That was a volunteered provision of parking there.
Well, I don't understand, okay, I don't understand why we listened to the concerns about parking, but we ignored other pointed feedback about aesthetics. So if there's a trade-off and other policies, I understand how the bonus density law works, but like, and there's, okay, so I'm gonna pause there for a second. Why didn't we look at, actually, I'm gonna just stay with parking, let you guys continue the train on parking. I don't wanna switch gears to other design aspects yet.
I think I'm finished with parking. My parking questions were answered.
I have a, I'm sorry, Steve. So there's another part of this statute that I looked at, and tell me if I'm wrong and it doesn't apply. I thought I read in here, and I'm, again, trying to figure out where it is that I read. Okay, so what section is this? This is, oh boy. It's again in that same statute, and it has something about providing a certain number of housing units, I'm sorry, parking units per units of dwelling units. And it seems to me that it says that for studios, they have to have one parking per studio, or for 2 bedrooms, it required, 1.5 spaces. So how are we resolving that with what's being offered?
Sure. I think, as Winter mentioned previously, there's regular density bonus and there's super density bonus. This project, because it is 100% affordable, qualifies for applicability of new legislation, which allows for super density bonus projects to not have a parking requirement when it meets one of those 2 thresholds we just talked about.
Okay, so.
So any other parking ratio is not applicable to a 100% affordable project. There are other types of just regular density bonus projects where there's a certain number, a certain amount of affordability, in which case some parking standards may apply.
So it's because it's the super density bonus.
It's because it's a 100% affordable project, yes.
Thank you.
What specific services does Mercy provide that Alice doesn't? Because I understand wraparound services are really critical to what you do and how you perform your mission.
Thanks for asking that question. So to start, Mercy and ALAS will be coordinating services and community building activities throughout the building of 555 Kelly. Mercy Housing will be the lead service provider for the residents of 555 Kelly. We will partner then with ALAS, who is providing programs and services, community activities within the Farm Worker Resource Center to supplement those services for the residents. So we will staff a community program manager, that's a part-time position within our building that is specific for the residents. We then will partner and have a direct agreement with ALAS to provide some of those services and programs and facilitate some of those programs within to the residents.
I really appreciate that answer. It's really helpful for me. I'd love at some point to come back to look at a picture of the resource center here for everybody, but I don't have to do that right now. We can come back to that later, because where I'm going to is the resource center is different from the office space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's a resource center. Is that the same as the community center that I read? It is just a resource center.
I'm not sure how it's defined there. Yeah, okay, so a plan is helpful to explain this, but the residential building has property management offices within it. And then we have a community room, which is on the second floor of the building that's specific for residential use.
Great. The existing 555 Kelly has a basement. Have you considered taking a serious stab at subterranean? And there's lots of basements in the area. There's many parking garage basements just on the other side of Parisima Street. There's at least 6 that I'm aware of, and there's a new project that is a giant hole in the ground where a parking spot will go in the future. And have you also looked at expanding the footprint? Because you've got, I mean, at least 2,000 square feet of space in the right-of-way. You could build, there's other examples of architecture in our city. In Heritage Downtown, this is not in Heritage Downtown, I got that. But there are other examples of architecture that you could walk down the street and take a left, and you would see examples where people have incorporated a driveway into a major access point. Have you looked at anything like that? Because it just seems like you've, if anything, you're pushing away from the street, and I understand why you might want to do that, but I don't think you've really maximized the space in order to get the height down. Have you looked at that at all?
So I'm going to try to answer a couple of those questions, and then I'm going to get some support from our architect to show you a couple of diagrams up here and studies that we have looked at. So our development team has incorporated comments and feedback from city staff and multiple Architectural Advisory Commission meetings. Within that, we studied other buildings within downtown and tried to come up with the most feasible solution that we could for the property that we were responding to within the original city design within that RFP, which is the property that we had before. So we did not look at expanding beyond that footprint, to answer that first question.
Just to hit on the RFP question, the RFP didn't say it should be a 5-story building. I think the original proposal was a 4-story building. Okay.
I think she's responding to the site that the city identified in the RFQ.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you. To the site specifically. We did look at other options of how to provide parking, the height of the building, and I want to actually show some diagrams to show we did look at to throughout the entirety of, our feasibility studies. That I'm going to pass it to the architect to help do that.
Thank you. Yeah, we did look at diagrams for underground parking and parking stackers. I don't have diagrams with me, but that's something we looked on early on. And on a small site like this, underground parking is just very inefficient. You spend a lot of time or a big chunk of the space getting down there with a ramp and then in the circulation. So at the end of the day, you don't get a whole big bang for the amount of effort and the amount of cost that it takes to build a garage, a below grade garage. And so we were estimating for about 20 additional cars, it would have cost an additional $3 million at about $200 a square foot for that below grade parking garage. And let me also just say that, maybe the existing building has a basement, but this building is going to have a completely new foundation. The ground, the soils probably have to be recompacted. I mean, the whole thing is just going to be, have to be taken out. And then with the parking stackers, we also looked at that. And the issue with parking stackers is, they require height. So you either require height or you can build pits. And the difference, the incremental difference for both of those, either the pits or the extra height, is about the same additional cost. So for about another extra 20 cars, either to go up higher, like 5 feet or so for the stackers, it's about $2.5 million between the extra slab concrete cost and the stackers, and same thing with the pits.
The original, I had to go watch a video of myself being tired 2.5 years ago to remember the last time we talked about 555 Kelly at a planning commission meeting. And at the time, there was a proposal, which I attached in something I submitted to city staff, about something called lifts would be associated with the building. What was that? Was that like an elevator lift? Parking lifts?
That's what I'm talking about, the stackers.
So the original idea was, out of the gate was, and we think lifts were the original part of the proposal. It was originally a 4-story building. And I also recall everything in it was either 1-bedroom or studio.
They were mostly studios.
And now you've expanded the size of the rooms. And I can appreciate you want to have a diversity, but you've expanded the size of the units as well as part of this project.
And that was in response to community input. I mean,
Okay.
it was overwhelming response to, you know, not just do the studios. It was very, very tight to do, to even get 40 units with studios. It was extremely tight. And yeah, so now there's predominantly 1-bedrooms. We have some 2-bedrooms, and we also have a few studios.
And I want to add to the expansion on the unit sizes, that is also a reflection of our recent and compounding experience through Mercy Property Management that we've had in trouble leasing up studio units. And the challenge with that is many single occupants do not qualify financially for a single studio unit. So they're having to either not live there, or we have empty vacant units sitting across the state because the studios are really hard to financially afford on the income levels of a single individual. So a studio, you are allowed to have 1 or 2 occupants. A 1-bedroom unit is usually 2 to 3 occupants, and a 3-bedroom unit, and the 2-bedroom unit is up to, 5 occupants. Our occupancy standard by HUD maximum, and this is to clarify something that was put out earlier, is 130 individuals. That is the maximum required that we are allowed to house. However, that is not our experience in the individuals that are actually housed and live there. So based on our current model and our current occupancy within our buildings, we would anticipate a rate of about 95 occupants within this building.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay, I'm trying to process.
So
130 max, you expect 95 people?
Yes,
Got it.
thank you.
So I'm not really clear if these are seniors, why would you have trouble leasing a studio that is for 2 people? I don't understand. Can you explain? I didn't really get why you would get less occupancy or less able to lease it.
Yeah, just the income qualifications in the house. So the income qualifications and who is allowed to apply and then qualified, you qualify at certain AMI levels. And we are leasing the building to 30 and 50% AMI levels. So a certain number of the units would be designated to each of those area median incomes. At the lower level, at the studio level, it is challenging for that size of unit to be leased up for a single occupant based on their income.
Or for 2 occupants?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, challenging.
Could I try to translate that a little bit for the people following at home and maybe myself? So you have low income and very low income housing style. So you're not just making one monolithic housing group here, you're making a slight diversity of housing.
Actually, this project serves extremely low
Extremely
and very low.
And very low, okay, great, thank you. That's what I was trying to understand. And you have to have at least one 55-year-old individual who has also gone through the criteria that hopefully we get established that doesn't inappropriately give somebody an advantage, that they're a farm worker.
Correct.
And that 55-year-old has to be a farm worker, and that person has to meet the criteria, and they are the connection point that brings everyone in.
Yes, they are the head of household.
And if that person moves out or is deceased or moves to another country or another state, what happens then to the people who are living there?
Yeah, we go through I would say required guidelines for that. If there is not another eligible individual that qualifies under the occupancy standard for that unit, age, occupation, household size, and household income, then we would look to transfer them out of that unit and find a qualified applicant for that unit.
And I'm sure you have compassionate policies that have a runway, but.
That's correct.
But how often do you audit the status of the qualifying head of household?
Yearly,
That's rock solid.
yes.
Great. Mid-Penn could learn a few things from you.
I have a question, if the chair will recognize me. I'm a little concerned about the fact that the project would give preference to farm workers from Half Moon Bay and the coast side. That's a bit softer than I think I was expecting. Do you have experience and data with such a requirement to have any idea how we can expect that to work in terms of making these opportunities available for local farm workers?
Yeah, as an operator, Mercy has had experience implementing local preferences throughout the state. I will say specifically some of our local experiences in San Francisco and Santa Cruz. So we do have experience. We also have done feasibility and market studies that have identified the demand specifically for senior farm workers within this community. And that's also evidenced by wait lists for other properties within the community.
So your experience, I won't lead you to the answer, but what does your experience tell you about what we can expect with being able to hook up Half Moon Bay and coastside workers with this, given that preference, with residents there?
Based on our demand studies that we have done and the community input we have seen thus far, we have understood it to be within high demand.
But not for one bedrooms. I mean, not for studios, just for one bedrooms.
It's more challenging to rent up studios, which is why we have increased our unit preference from, increased to more one bedroom.
I know you still have some studios. I get that.
This is a question probably for city staff or the city attorney. And it's just a question, I'm just wanting to understand, if the RFP required certain things and the response to the RFP provided certain things, when did this change, the number of units change and, and reallocated to different sizes of dwelling units? Was it soon after they received the request for for the proposals? And where I'm trying to get at is, like, would the city ever be challenged later on to say, hey, you should have disqualified your responses and gone back out to get new ones? I mean, what's that legal issue associated with that?
Well, I'll let Winter speak to the legal issue, but I guess it is useful to note that there was one applicant to the city's request for qualifications, and that applicant was the Mercy Ellis team. So there would be limited other groups that would want to be able to challenge any selection that the city made in that process.
Okay,
Go ahead.
And that is helpful because only applicants who were denied have standing to bring those types of challenges typically. So since there was only one applicant, I'm not sure that there would be anyone who would be qualified to bring that type of lawsuit. But I will also say, maybe there could be some, I don't know if Christy has more information about the iterative process. I think this is pretty typical when you get a response to an RFP and then it's for a development project that has to go out and get public input. So I think that's basically what happened here.
And whether a project is affordable or a market rate project, projects iterate over time, especially one such as this. There were 3 community meetings that the Mercy Ellis team had over the course of figuring out what this project was going to be at the end of the day. And so there are changes that come about as they got additional feedback from the community that they were looking to serve. Kelly may have other other input to provide on that, on how the project evolved over time.
And my question is only because, this is almost like a procurement type of a project where you send out a request for proposal, you get a response back. So I was just trying to figure out, because this has some state and federal funding, if there's any procurement rules that the city needed to take into consideration, or how does that work? That's all.
And as John Dowdy just reminded me, it was actually a request for qualifications, not an RFP, so a little bit broader there.
Oh, that's the state law. The state laws are different for RFPs and RFQs, and that's the difference.
Well, I don't want to get out ahead of myself here. I think whether or not this was responsive to the RFQ is really a city council matter. They're the ones who are put out the RFQ. But I just wanted to note that it was an RFQ, not an RFP.
Okay. So it's good to know it's not a planning commission issue that needs to be considered. Thank you.
I have a question about the Alas Farm Worker Resource Center. Will they be paying rent for their space?
Yes, so the Alas Farm Worker Resource Center will be paying a below market rent that will be determined with Mercy as the property management. We operate our own commercial property management company, and so we will be as a landlord and have a long-term lease with Alas to operate that space. They will have to pay into certain maintenance items to keep up the building, as we call, CAM charges, which would operate, our insurance, the other operations of the building to be feasibly there. But it would be a below market rent.
Thank you.
Could we pull up L2 from the plan?
While you're pulling that up, I do have some technical questions about the building. How will the elevators operate during a power outage?
Yeah, this building is not required to have a backup generator. So for emergency exiting, the way we do it in these types of buildings is we have what's called a horizontal exit. So the building, the corridor is essentially, the building is divided into two halves. And so if there's an emergency, a secondary egress that's ADA accessible, it happens at a door that's on a hold open where you can transfer to the other side of the building, essentially. And that's very typical for these buildings.
It complies with all state and county.
Yeah, that's building code.
Okay,
yeah.
great, thanks.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, there's no safety issue there. Is there anything that, what would prevent us from using this space, this completely unused space behind Ted Adcock Center as part of this project? We've got a 500 square feet, 700 square feet of space back there that is completely vacant. It's a nuisance. The only thing I think it does is attract rats. Could you do anything with, can you incorporate that space in part of your project plan for storage or bike storage or things like that?
That's a great question. However, we were not invited, well, I guess we were not asked to look at that feasibility study using additional land other than what we were originally shown in the RFQ.
Is the street, I'll call it the driveway, just so we're not mixing this up with Kelly. Is the driveway part of the plan? Is it included in the RFQ?
The property line for the expanded 555 Kelly will be on the sidewalk and to the side of the building. So the driveway, the drive aisle, that will continue to serve the project, Tedaka Community Center, and serve the Shoreline Station, will not be part of the Mercy site.
Let me restate it in a slightly different way. There is a series of parcels that adjoin the project. One of them is the AT&T building. I think it's the AT&T building. It's unclear to me where that building ends and the things that fall into this project site begin. There's a container and there's some piece of equipment that's adjacent to that. Is that in the city right-of-way? Or is that part of the area that's in the project? Is that operated by AT&T? Is that operated by the city? I mean, I don't know what that Zim container is, but it's been there for at least 10 years. Does anybody know what that is or whose property is it on?
I don't know the container that you're speaking of, but if it
It's a
has to...
53-foot container that sits there. John?
Through the chair.
Please.
My understanding is that actually is owned and by Shoreline Station. They relocated that storage container from the site over next to the EOC area, and that's so there's a sliver of land they control, and then there's the AT&T property, and basically that storage container is outside of the proposed driveway for this project. It's a whole other issue about maybe the appropriateness of that storage container, but that's separate from outside of the area.
The driveway immediately abutting the container, if I look at the plans, is part of the project site, correct?
So let me put it the most simple I can. The westerly edge of the driveway.
We have a
would
map.
not-
Could we just pull it up on a map? Sorry, because it's hard for me to follow. Yeah, can we just pull it up on the site plan, just so I can see it, if that's okay? You can display, keep explaining it, please.
The westerly edge of the property line, which is what you would consider the AT&T property line, is not changing. That is still remains the edge, the furthest west edge of the driveway.
And it's part of the project plan?
And part of, no. Not part of the project. The reason you can get to the point of having a two-way drive, retaining a two-way drive aisle is you're removing the median, and you are basically going to a two-way drive aisle. And there was a statement that said you wouldn't have access by someone in the audience who said that we would no longer have access out to Kelly heading egress. That was not correct. So it's two-way, meets fire code standards, and the drive aisle is not part of the project area.
When I looked at the, when I was trying, I'm a lay person, so I apologize for anything I don't understand. When I look at this broken dotted line below the word drive aisle, go down one more, one below it. That is part of, is that part of the, I know there's a right-of-way for the road, but is that part of, who owns that long rectangular sliver there? Is that owned by Shoreline Station, or is that owned by the city, or is it owned by somebody else?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
My understanding is that the property line, which is the broken line, is the AT&T parcel, and you have a sliver of land owned by Shoreline Station there.
And my understanding, yeah.
Not correct? I'm sorry.
Sorry, through the chair, Matthew Chittister, city manager. So the ownership of Shoreline Station is in three pieces. City of Half Moon Bay, County of San Mateo, and then the remaining Shoreline Partners group. The drive aisle as it exists today is owned half by the County of San Mateo and half by the City of Half Moon Bay. So anything on the existing property which is not going to shift westward, everything east of that is either owned by the county or the city.
So the county or the city owns everything from this broken dotted line on the bottom?
East.
Great.
Correct.
So why aren't we looking at this? Like, to me, you've got an opportunity here to solve the problem, that the only opposition that's material that the community has expressed from a design is from a design perspective. It doesn't fit into Half Moon Bay. Why haven't we looked at this and applied a little more creativity? Because I mean, it's right there. We've got the land to work with, and there's example. If you walk around Half Moon Bay, there are examples of this that already exist. So we could either expand the footprint of the project slightly, or we could get rid of the parking and the office space on the first floor. Either of those two things, and again, I'm a layperson here, those design constraints you could apply could solve the concerns that the community has. Could we look at that? Could we step back and think about this a little bit differently so we can get the whole community on board for housing? That's the objective here, is we want everybody on board with this. And I think you've got everybody pretty close if you can change the design constraints just a little bit. And I know I don't want to design from the dais. I know how dangerous that is. But could you pause and consider it? Because this is the first major project we've done under this LCLUP. And we want to get this right, because we want to set an example that we're not going to just jam in stuff. And I don't want to use the word respectfully, because that means something else when you use it. It is my observation that the feedback from the AAC, from what I've read, the comments that were made and ignored about size and scape, it was just assumed, hey, we can do the state density thing, we'll make it as tall as we want it to. I really don't think you incorporated their feedback in a creative way. And that is my biggest concern with this project, is we haven't put in the appropriate effort. We've tortured private citizens with multiple study sessions in the downtown and outside of the downtown to get the design right. And I think I've heard it from Chad Hooker here. You ignored his feedback. In fact, city staff didn't even put his comment in about size and bulk. He had to go back and edit the minutes to the last AAC meeting so this was covered. Could we look at this? Could we consider it? And maybe I'll give you a minute, because I don't want to, but I feel really frustrated with how we got here.
I concur with Commissioner Hernandez in that I listened to the audio from the March 14th Architectural Advisory Committee meeting, and they stated during that meeting that they didn't feel that this project was ready and they wanted to do some more work. So I concur with Commissioner Hernandez
If I
on
could
this.
also add, I listened to the audio and read the minutes, and I think what I heard was that the Architectural Committee would have liked more time, and they wish that the Planning Commission would send this back to them for further comment.
That's consistent with the feedback I heard from Chad Hooker.
I'm a little surprised by that, because unless I'm mixed up, Chad's comments at this meeting a week ago were that the architect had done a good job on a lot of the feedback from the AAC. I attended the AAC meeting on March 15th, I guess, and you know, the three members of the AAC were not 100% delighted with everything, but they did compliment the applicant on the progress that was made on a lot of those issues.
But I don't think all the issues were addressed, and I didn't even get to the questions about the cooling of the building. But I know one of the architects was very concerned about the solar heat from the southern windows and the western, and how were we going to keep the building cool. And I just wanted to know, is there air conditioning? I mean, because that's a great way to keep the building cool.
There were a number of questions from Commissioner Hernandez, questions from the chair. Some of them I think Mercy can answer, but I think to Commissioner Hernandez's questions, we're asking the applicant to design a project on a site that the city has not made available, which is impossible for them to do. So I'm not sure that they would be able to have an answer to, did they think about property on the Ted Adcock Community Center? Did they think about the drive aisle? Those properties were not part of the request for qualifications. So when they responded, they did not think about those things, because those things were not things that Excuse me, things that the city asked them to respond to.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to have done. But I'd ask, can we just step back and maybe think about this? AAC has asked for this to come back. I would love to sit here with AAC and design the right project. I'd like to nail this. I'd like to get this done. And I'd like the whole community behind it. I don't want this to be a source of irritation and anger, because that's what it is right now. And I'm passionate about getting this done. I want to make sure we do it the right way and we set the right precedent. And we're this close. And AAC has asked to go back. And I concur with that. We would have normally done this, at least a study, if something of this size, we would have done a joint study session, and we've done that before. Winner.
And if I could weigh in, because it sounds like you might be asking, is it within the commission's purview to send this back to the AAC and ask the applicant to consider redesign? And I think, obviously the city can't force Mercy to propose a different project than what they've proposed, or the planning commission can't. So I think we would probably want to take a break and talk with Mercy about whether they actually think it would be anything that they could do to do the redesign, whether that would be a worthwhile use of time, or if they would just like sort of more of an up or down decision on the project as proposed tonight.
But before we do that, I'd like to just expand on architecture, and maybe if we can have a conversation about architecture.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hernandez, before you move on, I'd like to know what you're imagining might be the next step here, because you mentioned the potential possibility of using other real estate in this immediate neighborhood to house some of that development, and thereby reducing the building by a story, right? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, either reduce the scope of the project or modify the approach so that we can get to a solution that we can get the whole community behind. Either of those are things that I've heard the community wants. They don't want to see a reduction in parking, but I'll tell you, I talked to Ray Mueller, educated me on the benefit of senior farm worker housing, and there are benefits we get as a community for this type of housing. We'll just lay it at that, okay? There are reasons why people want it in the downtown. It makes a lot of sense. I buy the de minimis impact to parking and to traffic. I buy that, and I think it makes sense. Let's respond to what the community has asked us to respond to. That's what I'm looking for. And it doesn't have to be take it somewhere else, but you want to ask your question.
It's a simple question.
Go ahead. Do it, please.
No, well, I just wanted to close on that, and I'm not sure what the benefit of hooking up the architect and the AAC would be unless there's some avenue to reducing the height of the thing, and that seems like a big ask at this late date.
Could you reduce the height by eliminating the parking and the resource center? But I mean, that's just a question. I mean,
and just to be clear, we can't require them to reduce the height. That's one of the state law requirements. We could say, the commission could say no to the project because it doesn't meet one of the other LCP policies, but we can't specifically require them to reduce the density, the height, to add parking, to do the setbacks.
I'm talking
or
about
the open
eliminating
space.
parking under the building. I'm not asking to add parking.
Yeah, but if we were considering a condition requiring them to reduce the height, we can't do that.
So I have a couple of issues, and maybe they're legal, but I mean, 100% affordable housing is phenomenal. Like, we're so glad you're doing this project, and the city is so glad you're doing this project. And the city has been, that's why the city has been, working toward the courtyard housing and, you know, why we did Main Street housing and Moonridge and all the RV parks in Bay City and Leslie. So the idea of 100% affordable housing is great, but 100% affordable housing does not mean one floor of office space. That doesn't, I mean, I get that the affordable housing is the housing is 100% affordable, but it doesn't mean that you need to have a floor of administration. And you know, you could solve the height problem by eliminating the office space, which is what the first proposal had in it. And I also have an issue with this idea that the Planning Commission, the city, is supposed to ignore setback and open space and height and density and CEQA and parking and traffic on city-owned property. So the city owns that property. So the city or the City Planning Commission to say that you can't talk about height, you can't have a condition of height, you can't have a condition of density or CEQA or parking or traffic or open space or setback is really specious. I find that really hard to believe that I mean, I can see that city staff would like to donate that land, but the city should have something to say about it since it is city land. So those are two kind of big issues, I think, that we haven't really talked about because we're talking about all the details because what Planning Commission does, I get that. But I guess you're going to answer both of those, right? Okay.
I'd like
Please,
to do
Matthew, please.
Can we get the other mic? Hello? Thank you. Well, so there is still the matter of the city council through the city staff negotiating and finalizing the development agreement and the lease agreement, and there are likely to be conditions placed on that through that partnership, and that will come at the direction of the council. Much like, as you mentioned, staff would like to donate this. Staff is operating under the direction of the council, who directed staff to put together the RFQ, which was approved by the council, and the RFQ was responded to and approved by the council. And part of that RFQ said that we would provide the land at a cost that was affordable to the development of this project. So ultimately, the council will make that decision, but they've made certain decisions already that indicate their support for this project from the standpoint of providing the land and working with Mercy and Alas to create a project that's feasible here. So I think it's a different issue than what we're talking about tonight, and that will come in the coming months as we bring these items to the council for discussion in the future. Does that answer your question, or did I miss something?
Not exactly, but so what happened to the earlier proposal that didn't have office space and that was only 4 stories?
I'm not aware of a proposal that did not include the resource center or support services on site. The original proposal from Alas and Mercy included that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's and I will just also indicate there was a couple of comments tonight about initial meetings with city staff going back 4 or 5 years. Every single one of those discussions included a farm worker resource center and on-site services. So that's always been a part of the discussion for this project. And that's based on good examples out there. I think the senior campus is probably the greatest example. And based on what I've heard, I've reached out and I've talked to the service providers there and to Mercy and to other housing providers there. Is on-site service, are on-site services necessary? Unequivocally, we hear that in order to serve vulnerable populations, you need to have on-site services available to support them. So that's why it hasn't been questioned. Again, that'll be a discussion that can be brought to the city council in the future.
So just 100% affordable housing is not enough? We have to have
Again,
one.
I can't answer
Okay.
that. Ultimately, that's a policy decision the council will have to make.
And this idea that the planning commission or the city can't rule, can't talk about height or density or any of the other 8 or 9 things that the planning commission usually talks about. I understand about the super density bonus and how that gives, that it skirts all of those issues that are usually so important. But how can they derail that discussion on city land? That's what I don't understand. It's city-owned property. Why wouldn't the city have something to say about the parking, the traffic, the density, the height, the CEQA?
I'm happy to weigh in on that. So the Planning Commission's role here is to review and either approve or deny a CDP. So we sometimes call that a quasi-judicial role. So your job is to apply the law to the proposal that's before you. The City Council, which is in control of the property, has broader policy authority to make decisions about whether to move forward with the project at all, whether it makes sense, what the terms of the DA are, the compliance with the RFQ, all of that, which goes back to the city's ownership of the land, is in the city council's purview, and you're really being asked to review and either approve or deny a permit, just like you would for any applicant.
But we're not asked to review or deny.
Well,
We're
no,
asked to be quiet.
Well, actually, though, there are 3 options here, which, I feel comfortable that City Council has endorsed the path we've taken with projects and the rigor that we apply to things. And sometimes we ask people, hey, could you please go take some time and get it right? And I'm going to go into some detail on architecture. But I'm not going to do it right now because I think we want to maybe take a break. But I have some very specific points about architecture and what's in the LCP and concerns I have about the project from an architectural perspective. And I guess my question is, if it doesn't meet an architectural standard because of policies in the LCP or objective design criteria we have, does it also mean it fails CEQA? Are those 2 things joined at the hip?
No.
Okay, but if there are other policies under CEQA that don't conform, that CEQA stands on its own. But the CEQA exemption have to, I get density, setback, all those things. But there's other material policies that aren't governed by this, then we can have that's a finding. If it doesn't meet other policies, and it's unambiguous, it does not meet policies. I know, I read the staff report, there are many policies that are not germane, but there are many that are. And so it's just the policies, or go back to the CEQA analysis, and could you clarify for me, actually, I'll just stop there. Do you want to take a break, or do you want to?
I think we need a 10-minute break. Thank you. welcome from the break. I think someone needs to entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
I would make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank
11
you.
o'clock.
Before we get into architecture, I had a very basic question about how the building would be cooled for the second, third, fourth, and fifth floor.
Well, we don't have the full team of engineering and HVAC system, but what we've been discussing is it's going to be a split system, a ceiling split system that's ducted. That's an electric system for most of the units. Some of the units might have what's called a PTHD unit, the smaller units, the studios, where it's a unit that's at an exterior wall and it has a couple vents, and it's also electric.
Thank you.
And
So
it has heating and air conditioning. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're not going to have air conditioners hanging out of windows. It's built into the wall. Okay.
So through the chair, can I ask so I have just a clarification because this came up before. In the presentation that we had, there's a slide called background where it talks about 555 Kelly being owned by the city since 2017 and when the RFQ was issued. And it says Mercy Alice partnered on a submittal, the initial concept, 40 studio units affordable to senior farm workers, a 4-story building, and the combined parcel, and the Farm Worker Resource Center, yes. But it was initially 40 studio units and a 4-story building. And why aren't we seeing that? That's what I wanted to know.
I mean, I think we've heard that. They've changed the scope of the project, and so they've increased the number of units so they could make it more easy to lease units.
Actually, the number of units is the same.
Yeah, the number of units is the same, just the size of the units has increased.
Well, and the amount of office space.
Yeah.
And the office space,
I mean,
the
there's
whole
nothing that
second
said
floor.
there was no specific
of
amount of office space, yeah.
Right. There's.
I would like to speak, much louder now. I would like to speak about the office space and the supportive property management offices. So per our regulatory agency, which will likely be the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, we are required to provide property management and resident services offices within the building space. So the space must be located within the project and provide sufficient square footage, accessible privacy to accommodate the proposed services and the property management of the building. That has always been included within the design consideration for this building.
If you could remind me, what are the proposed services? If you could just reiterate that again, please.
I'm going to speak to multiple things, then I'm going to call up Alas to talk about the proposed services for the Farm Worker Resource Center, if that's okay.
Just to clarify before you do that, once just quickly, because so the change from 4 stories to 5 stories is really just the change in studio apartments to 1 bedrooms? Is that accurate?
It incorporates the larger units from studios to 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. It also incorporates the other building systems that are required to operate the building. So the back of the house spaces, I will say, the mechanical equipment, the other storage spaces, the building systems, the garbage, and then the parking.
But those didn't change from a 4-story proposal to a 5-story proposal. What changed?
The size of the units.
The size of the units it's significant. You know, the difference between a studio, a 1-bedroom, and 2 bedrooms, it adds a lot of square footage, and that's what we basically heard. It was through the community process that we heard that larger units were more desirable, And so that was one of the many changes that we incorporated into this project.
Thank you.
Would you like to talk about the services offered by Mercy and Alas now? Okay. So to start, the services as we've described will be offered, which I described earlier, through Mercy to the residents with support from Alas for those programs and other support services that will be done from Alas. The services and programming will be provided free of charge to that of the residents, and it's a requirement of our tax credit program to do so. The services that we'll be offering include health and are really established based on the need of that residential community, but are often including health and wellness programs, health wellness assessment, health screenings, fitness classes, health and wellness education workshops, housing stabilization, which includes lease education, housing support plans, linkage to or discontinued, utility programs or other support programs within the community. We often offer on-site education for financial stability seminars, budgeting, and then some of it is social and community engagement, which is holidays, celebrations, community activities, volunteer, disaster preparation, organizations, other opportunities for them to socialize and come together as a community. And then through Alas and our relationship there, other programs and services, our community case manager will provide referrals to Alas to support those services within our building and for our residents. So now Alas is going to speak to some of those programs and services that they will be supporting.
And I just want to say that Mercy is expert in senior housing. And so with that population, combining our services.
Can you introduce yourself, please, for the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Kike Bazan. I work for Alas.
Thank you.
And so Mercy is expert in senior housing, having senior housing. And so they know what this population needs. We find the challenge of working with this population. So combining their expertise with our services that are mental health, formation, because the continuous education of the community, English as a second language, cooking, computer skill, management of personal finances, and so on, are very important. Cultural arts, because we always focus on cultural arts for the dignity and for people to express their voice. The crisis support and healthcare referrals are very important. So we overlap, but we know the community here that are culturally appropriated activities that we do, but also they know the senior population. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have do you have something else to say? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add that, so our model for programming and services is consistent with this co-location of residents and services being provided in the same location. And that really allows us to concentrate the services and get rid of this fragmented model and to really utilize the staff resources and the resources that we have in one centralized location.
So last meeting, I thought, I asked the questions as to what type of a facility this is, and I think I mentioned, I know I mentioned, is this an assisted living facility? And if you can explain to me if this is an assisted living facility like other seniors, senior housing or, independent living versus assisted living and the different levels of care that are offered, and if the residents will be required to meet those different levels of care and whether you would have a nurse to meet those needs.
This is not an assisted living community. This is an independent living community. And as far as those levels of care, I can't personally speak to that. This is an independent living community where they, rent their unit independently.
And I'm not trying to be flippant here, so I know I have elderly parents, and they're doing very well. I'm very grateful for that. And by the way, they are immigrants coming from across continents. Very poor families. So, and I understand what their needs are. I don't know if it's the same culturally here. But as they're getting older, I would never see them living independently at 85, 95, 100. So how does this work if we have somebody there? Is there going to be like a caregiver that's going to be able, is ALAS going to provide them a caregiver, or are you capable of providing them caregivers?
That's the question that our senior services people struggle with all the time. Aging in place is a very significant goal for our independent living properties. As we've said, we have over 50 senior properties. They are all independent living. They are not alone. So it's this blend. It is officially independent living, and people's goal is to be able to stay in their home, and many, many, many stay the rest of their lives in their home because they are with other people, because the service folks figure out what it is they need and what could help that isn't assisted living, because assisted living isn't paid for. And so that's the wraparound services. And in our senior properties, everybody's part of the resident services team, kind of. Some are trained, and then the others are the maintenance person, the janitor, the manager. They're all the time talking about the senior. Ooh, so-and-so, have we seen so-and-so yesterday? Blah, blah. So there's huge amount of support.
So there'll be wellness checks and things like that that go on. Thank you.
Yes, correct. And more.
Through the chair.
Yes, please.
I think Mercy also was going to talk about the different versions of the project that they had considered and the reasons why they landed where they landed, and I didn't know if you wanted to give them an opportunity. I don't think they actually got to that point in the discussion, if that would be helpful as we're heading into further deliberation.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
So this design is, the culmination of a community process where we had a lot of input from a lot of different people. But I think from the design standpoint, it was always very important for this building, for our team, to incorporate a vernacular or coastal language that is reflected in the materials of the building. And if you go to sheet 5.0, can you go to sheet 5.0?
You have the presentation going down. Do you want me to cancel that and go to the plans instead?
I think so.
Okay.
This sheet kind of shows you what the materials that we're using are, which are the exterior finishes, which are shingles, board and batten, and horizontal siding. And those are common materials that you see even in the buildings around here. This is a vertical siding building. The Shoreline Shopping Center is a board and batten building. It's a common coastal exterior finish. And yeah, so it's sheet 5.0. It's not up yet. Okay. I also maybe wanted to respond to some of the comments about from the ACC, and we worked really hard to, we met with them twice, and we worked really hard to incorporate their comments. I think the first time we met with them, we had a building that was a little bit more contemporary that they for their taste. And we had a lot of corner windows and, things that were a little bit more edgy. And we really pulled back from that and have incorporated their comments. And then this last go around, if you go, well, one of the sheets is sheet 5.1 on the submittal set. It includes actual images that we received from the committee chair. It includes this image that we received from Chad Hooker. And so our drawings are...
Yeah, and we're working on it. Sorry, there's been a lot of change, Dieter. Can you come here?
Yeah.
No, there's been a lot of slide changes on our end, sorry.
Okay, I'm
It's
sorry.
going to take a moment
Okay.
to get the
know why it's not.
architectural renderings up.
I know.
This isn't viewing.
Yeah, we don't have the original.
While we're waiting, through the chair, is there anything in the design that would eliminate the ability to provide joint services, not casework specific to Alice or office work specific to Alice, but if the whole first floor didn't exist, is there anything that prevents you from delivering these integrated services from Mercy? Just start with Mercy first. I get the importance of Alice's services, but is there anything, if the whole first floor went away, and you figured out how to incorporate the mechanical pieces of the building, but the parking and the office space on the first floor went away, is there anything that would prevent you from delivering your core mission of wraparound services as Mercy?
Yes, we wouldn't have the space to do so within the design building without the first floor.
And what would you need to do on the first floor? Like, is that like for medical services, appointments?
Create community space to provide services. So and have management and services offices that would likely be expanded because we would need to essentially change our model if we didn't have ALAS integrated into that services model.
No, I'm just talking about Mercy though for a minute. Like, do all of your projects have integrated, like a third party like Alice with you as well? For the core Mercy services of healthcare, you know, the long list of things you laid out.
No, they don't all have a co-located community serving service facility. However, if we did not have that, most of our buildings do integrate larger community spaces, which would be able to provide those services and opportunities to the residents, along with additional staff support space for case managers, staff, to provide those social services.
Because we keep hearing this wraparound services, there's a significant amount of square footage that's needed for regular good property management, which I know you know. So there's a management, there's an assistant manager, there's a janitor, there's maintenance. Those all take square footage. Those are management office spaces.
And those are all on the first floor?
Yes.
100%?
Yeah, correct. All those offices are on the first floor.
And the community room, those resources are on the second floor?
There is a residence-only community space on the second floor that is used for their private use of, within the residential community.
Okay. What's the square footage of the essential services that you provide that's required, the minimum required to do these things? Because there's 1,100 square feet of, if I read the plan right, there's 1,100 square feet of tenement improvements that are not really set aside for anything. There's a little block of space that's not dedicated to anything on the first floor. So just help me understand what the minimum is.
I don't have the square footages in front of me of the ground floor.
And the reason I'm going here is we've expanded the scope of what we're doing with the project, and I'm looking for ways to figure out, can we make some decisions? It seems like there's some space to work with here. Things that can be, I don't want to give up the mission of Alice, but are there ways to provide what Alice wants to do that's core to the building, not core to people who don't live in the building? These integrated services are fantastic.
The residential property management offices and
support spaces, management offices are 841 square feet. If we were to add additional offices and support space for that case management, it would be significantly more than what we are showing today. We have not studied what that would be without the incorporation of the model that we have the support services from ALAS. But we still would need to expand that footprint of those offices and residential community serving spaces to provide those services.
Could this building be used for some of those services?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Could this building be used for some of those services?
We are required to have those services within the building for the residents.
Not ALAS's services, but the core.
The core residential services.
Okay, so you need 841 square feet for those core services.
The 841 square feet is just for the management offices. We would need additional square footage to provide those residential core services.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to pick up on the square footages, no? Okay. The square footage of the top floor is a lot bigger than those spaces downstairs. Anyways. So, yeah, talking about...
What is the square footage of the top floor?
6,700 square feet. Almost 7,000 square feet.
And there are three sets of buildings. There's the low building, there's the middle height building, and then there's the tall structures in the back. They're all one building, but
right.
from
the massing.
From a blocks perspective, but Lego blocks perspective. Okay. And so there's 6,700 square feet on the top floor.
I think so.
Just the top floor.
Right.
And how much is on the fourth floor?
How much
square footage is on the fourth floor?
I don't know. There's
It's 11,000 and some change.
Yeah.
Sorry.
11,000 and change, I think.
And what's the square footage of that little cubicle in the corner? The office space.
Isn't it 841, something like that? Which cubicle?
The
office.
Dark brown office space.
The management office.
Well, whatever that is, I mean, with the terrace on top.
Oh, the ALA space. No, that's 2,700 square feet, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wanted to address some of the changes that we've incorporated into the building since the last design review meeting with the AAC. So the image that is up there kind of shows some of the things that we did. So there were, and these are the comments that we heard from the group about awnings, incorporating a stronger parapet. We received some images of the type of parapet that was liked, and additional trim details, brackets, elements like that. Also a windscreen along the courtyard, and also a stronger base. And so we really spent a lot of time studying some of the buildings downtown and looking at their design. And we incorporated the parapet detail with the brackets on the two facades, the two four-story facades that face Kelly Street and face the driveway. So that's, straight from a building from Half Moon Bay, that detail, that specific detail with the kind of pairs of brackets, two on the ends and two in the middle. Then the awnings, the AAC really wanted us to incorporate awnings everywhere. And, the fire department didn't allow that, but we think it's permissible to include awnings along the ground floor because there's no fire department ladder access on the ground floor. So we incorporated awnings. It really adds kind of a pedestrian, human scale to the ground floor. We also incorporated, and you can see in the image of downtown Half Moon Bay that awnings are, with a steep angle is a typical kind of detail that you find in many buildings, to help shade not just the building, but, the passerby, the pedestrian. We also incorporated a strong base. There were some comments from the AAC about having a better transition between the ground plane and the building. And so the base of the building was expanded on the 4-story section, and it was also expanded onto the 1-story section. So there's a change in material there between the two that adds kind of interest at the base of the building, and it adds a very kind of strong human scale also of the building, and things like the windscreen. And so these images show you some of the additional information that they were looking for with the trim, window trim details, and details on the awnings. If you go to the following sheet, they also had some questions about the balconies. And I think the balconies really are going to be they're Juliet balconies, but they're going to be a wonderful feature for these units to allow indoor-outdoor space without really providing a balcony, but providing an opening where the whole unit is kind of open to the outside. And if we go to...
You've got a sliding glass door with about a foot of space. That's what you mean by a Juliet balcony.
The Juliet is probably going to have it's a window. It's going to be a casement window.
So does it slide open all the way?
It opens all the way.
Over the...
Not over the balcony. It goes in. It opens indoors.
Oh, I see. Okay,
yeah, yeah. So you don't occupy the balcony. So that was, they wanted to understand how that worked, and that's kind of the detail. But so if you go to, I think it's the third sheet in the PDF. It has the overall perspective from Kelly. I can kind of show you the. We can look at these images kind of in a view and kind of look at the pedestrian.
What architectural style would you describe this building as?
It's hard to talk about style to me. I mean, what style it is, but I would say it's very sort of classical and more on the traditional side, I would say. I mean, it's got a bottom, and it's got a top, and it's got a middle. And those are very sort of classical features, I would say. The next one.
It's not Greek Revival. You wouldn't describe this as Greek Revival, would you?
I wouldn't describe it as what?
Greek Revival.
No.
You wouldn't describe it as Mediterranean? Mid-century, modern?
No.
Would you describe it as...
I would say it's an elegant building that's kind of traditional and has a craftsman feel.
You describe this as a craftsman, a coast-side craftsman building?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, right. So in this image, you can see some of the details with the parapet detail with the brackets. Again, taken from a Half Moon Bay building image that was given to us by the AAC.
What specific element of this facade would you describe as craftsman?
Well, I would say the brackets. I would also say the use of the materials, the siding, having siding and board and batten and trims. That's all kind of, I don't think classifying it as a style is a it's something that we need to do. And
you don't think we need to do that?
No.
Okay. Are there any elements of this that address wayfinding?
Well, it's.
Are there any major architectural elements of this building that address wayfinding as a scenic, as there's a description in the LCP? I know there's some question about maps, but there's a description that this is a scenic corridor. Main Street to the beach is a scenic corridor. And in the old downtown specific plan and in our current LCP, we have policies around wayfinding and elements of a gateway. And if you go to image 9.1 on the map, the area encompassed by this project site is squarely within the gateway circle. So is there any elements that represent a gateway or wayfinding or fitting into the downtown, the major elements of downtown Half Moon Bay from an architectural perspective that describe and inform our character as a community? Help me understand that, because I see pieces that are attached to the building, and I get that we have an eclectic set of standards, but this doesn't say this is a gateway to a small town. Help me understand how this is a gateway to a small town.
Well, I think it's a gateway in that it has, the materials that represent some of the coastal architecture that I would say are vernacular to this town. And, like I mentioned, the shingle material and the way the building is articulated, I think it's an elegant building that it could be considered a gateway building into the downtown. I mean, you could.
I would, just to add to that, I would also like to add that the uses of the space are consistent with the values that we have heard of these community serving spaces within connection to these other community uses and public uses within this corridor. And so we've really spent a great amount of time trying to really make sure that this community use of this Farm Worker Resource Center at the corner of this building is prominent and allows accessible, equitable space to be served within this community corridor of Half Moon Bay.
How does this?
Yes, I'm aware of the time. We have like 4 minutes left.
Can we continue to a date certain? Because there were 2 hours of comments and we don't have really enough time to deliberate. I would move that we postpone to a date certain. What date? I mean, do we want to set a date or do we just do that?
Why don't we let city staff make the date?
Of course. I think our next hearing is May 12th.
May 14th.
Oh, May 14th. Thank you.
I would curious how we resolve this question of whether we're asking staff and the applicant to do something.
Can I make a
in the
motion to
meantime.
extend the meeting 5 more minutes?
Sure.
Can I get a second?
Sure.
I second it.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved, 5 more minutes. Go ahead.
Well, there was some discussion about, and Commissioner Hernandez was articulate about it, about, I don't know, tasking the applicant and staff to do some work on alternatives, which, to be honest, I'm not in favor of. I think that's beyond our purview and should be a city council decision. But if we just continue it until May 12th with no other context, then
I'd like to encourage the applicant to consider some of the feedback we've provided, and it's at their discretion to come back with any changes. They don't have to. But we have policies that are around wayfinding, continuity, fitting in, the coastal, our job here, the primary objective of the LCLUP is to protect coastal resources, full stop. A second consideration, a second-tier consideration is to provide affordable housing. There's an argument that city staff has made that agriculture might be one of those it is one of those coastal resources we're protecting, but it's important. And the downtown character, the access to the beach, and coastal access for the purposes of recreation as a visitor-serving town, these are resources we have to protect. And the other thing I've expressed is there are other projects that could occur within this workforce overlay on this site or other sites that we don't have any real constraints around with the density law. And I'd like to have a discussion around some of that, because I'm concerned that this is going to be the first of many projects where we have no control. And so I want to make sure we have objective criteria that we can use from a design perspective, because the applicant believes they've produced something that demonstrates the character of Half Moon Bay, which conveys to me we don't have objective enough design criteria.
So, I mean, I don't want to.
I'm not sure we're going to fix all this.
I don't want
by
to
the
raise a
next
new
meeting.
thing, but I also, like, story poles is on my list. I mean, I feel like you need story poles to see what this place looks like.
Even a partial set of story poles.
Anything. So, I mean, it's really hard to make a decision without being able to see it. And, you know, I'm not a design person. I don't know, you know, all the design stuff. I don't have anything to say about it. But the height is the big question. Like, that's the big question everyone always raises. So,
because
why
of
not
the
story
way
poles?
it impacts the character. Like I
Oh, yeah,
mean, I
absolutely.
think that's what the AAC was getting at in the first two sessions, and they were pushed back on. And look, the building is officially 59 foot, 11 inches at some measurement point. When I look at the plans and I say, what's the highest point of the building from the lowest point of the existing slope from the plans, there's a number that's bigger than 59 foot and 11 inches. In some places, it looks like it's 63 or 65 feet, right? And so there's a marketing job if it's 59 feet, 11 inches, but in places it's from the street or from the existing site or at the church next door, it looks like it's 65 feet. And so these are considerations. You've done a lot of work to mask this building, and I looked at the renderings. When I look at it from the street level, you've done a lot of work there. And this was a comment I made previous to this meeting with Mercy Housing. They've done a great job of masking it, but it's still, if you look at it from another angle or you look at it from New Leaf, you're going to see this building. And it's not a small building, right? And how does that inform the character of Half Moon Bay? That's the fundamental issue that I think the community is objecting to, is how does it inform the character? And, you know.
And yet, we know for sure we don't have the discretion to impose a height limit on it.
Correct.
Probably not. I do think that you know, the affordable housing aspect and the senior farm worker housing aspect is really valuable and obviously needed. And so everybody, you know, it's clear. But the comments that I hear over and over and over again are the height and the office space.
Well, because it
Over
doesn't
and over
fit. That's the language. I think it's more about it doesn't fit. That's what people say when they say the height. It doesn't fit the character. And so we're trying to figure out how to make this fit the character. That's the objective. And we're running out of time.
Through the chair, I'm just noticing that the applicant may have a comment on the process question. I know you've only extended the meeting a couple minutes, but is that what you're getting up to speak to?
I would love to make a comment, yes.
If you would like to hear a comment on the process.
Should we extend it for? Yes. I move we extend it to 11:15.
Do we need to reopen the public comment?
Well, if this is the applicant, I don't think we need to open it for the applicant.
Hi, my name is Rainey Dare, and I'm the Regional Director of Real Estate for Mercy Housing for the Bay Area. And I think I am hearing from the commission that the suggestion to continue this item to another meeting date certain. And the longer that this process takes, and I think where that will get headed, where you will head, is that you will ask us to do more studies and more design work. We are in a place where we are trying to position ourselves collectively to be eligible for funding rounds, and we need land use approvals. We need these approvals to be able to do so. So the ask for us to do more studies, I guarantee you will eat up another 6 to 9 months at least, and we will lose a whole year trying to get funding for this development. I know that you don't want that to happen. I'm pretty sure you don't. And so I just want to alert you to that. And I will respectfully ask that if this commission is planning to ask us to do further study, I ask that you vote tonight, whether you approve this project or you're going to decline, so that we have a path forward and we know what to do.
Yeah, to be honest, even before the lady's remarks, it feels to me that continuing this with only a vague request that the applicant and staff make some improvements is not likely to be successful. I'd rather make a motion that we approve this and vote on it, and then let City Council exercise, because these potential changes belong at City Council, I believe, not in our purview.
Personally, I don't think that we're talking about having them come back with changes. I mean, that was a small part of the conversation. The real part of the conversation is we haven't really discussed it fully, because we've only had like 2 hours and 45 minutes to talk about it. We haven't talked about it the way a planning commission is supposed to talk about it. There were several different things that we haven't discussed. And so making a decision and saying, well, just leave it up to the city council is really not right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've had a chance to do our job. And if the applicant doesn't want to do more, any changes or incorporate any of the feedback, that's okay. We still have to make decisions, and we have to have discussion on the policies and why this project versus another project that's 6 stories tall, 400 housing units, which you could arguably put right here or right next door if we don't use objective criteria that were in the LCP when you started the process. And we provided the feedback 2 years ago that this project, there were concerns 2 years ago. And I'm sorry if the memo didn't get passed along and if the scope of the project's changed, but we need to digest this and figure out how this works. I appreciate where you're at. If we come back in a week or 2 weeks and we just incorporate it into our other meeting, yes, no, let city council go, fine, but we need to finish our job. We needed to inform city council what they're doing so that we don't unlock 10 years of work to get our LCP, LUP up, or our local coastal land use plan in a place where it gives the town what they want. So I appreciate your position, and I appreciate where your funding issue is. But this is not something that's shown up at the last minute. This has existed from the beginning of the project, and this could have been accomplished by a joint study session a year ago or 6 months ago, instead of coming to the last minute, getting everybody fired up, and we haven't had a chance to, and we've had 6 hours of public comment on this. It's hard to get through this. It's not just this project. It's the next project and the next 10 projects. I'll remind you, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, the city was effectively sued for Beechwood because some people did a boneheaded thing a long time ago, and nobody knows exactly how it happened. I'm not saying this is Beechwood, but when we rush projects, we get mediocre results. And there's a consistent track record of us rushing projects and getting mediocre results. And I don't want this to be a mediocre result. Our job is to make sure we get a quality project. Everybody here, I think, supports farm worker housing. Just let's give it a little more time. Let's get it right. And if you have other feedback you can incorporate, great. If not, okay. We'll vote it up or down, and you can figure out what you want to do. And the city council can make a decision. We're trying to be a partner with you here, though. It's not to defeat this. It's not to run out the clock. It's not to take another 6 months. That's not the objective. It's to get a good project.
If that process is to work, What if we go for another hour and at least give them some more tangible ideas about what the commission's major concerns are? Because it can't be the height is too high. That's not going to work. We can't just tell them to go off and come back in 2 weeks with a better plan.
Well, I think in 2 weeks. Thank you. So I think in 2 weeks we would reconvene to discuss the project in full, and we haven't discussed the project in full. That's the whole point. It's not that it's to discuss the project completely, and we haven't done that.
Is it, are we constrained to every other Tuesday? I mean, should we try to do this more urgently? So I don't disagree with you that we haven't had much real deliberation yet. Does staff have an opinion on that? Is there a legal precedence?
I'm going to look at Steve. This isn't usually a legal issue. It's more of a scheduling issue.
I'm not sure that maybe I would ask again, because we've got council meetings. We have this meeting off, so this week off, so this worked well for a special meeting. Well, could I ask you again what day you were? I heard Tuesday. Oh, okay, we have a city manager that can weigh in on the scheduling.
Well, certainly we can schedule a special meeting on 24 hours notice. Is that correct, Winter? I guess one of the questions would be, do you need staff to do additional work like we did over the past week to prepare for that meeting? Or is it really just, rather than continuing tonight, we just start fresh with a continuation of this meeting on another day? I'm thinking like Thursday or, whatever that might be.
Personally, I would prefer to do it 2 weeks from now on the 14th with story polls. If we could do that, that'd be great.
I had submitted a lot of questions because I was trying to understand and look at the city's or staff's proposal for the compliance. And the questions that I asked is not because I'm trying to make stuff up. I'm trying to figure out whether I can actually take staff's recommendation and say yes to it. And right now, I don't have answers to any of the questions that I submitted so that I can make valid finding for myself to be comfortable in saying yes. So I would like to have my questions that I've submitted, and if staff needs, needs to have a conversation with me and with the questions I have, I'd appreciate that. But right now, I feel like without discussion, without bringing them up, without having the staff respond to my questions in writing, I have a very difficult time right now looking at this and just, nodding my head and saying, oh yeah, this is it. My job here is to do the best job I can. And, it is taking time. This is something that is taking hours and hours and hours of time. And I have a job and I'm a volunteer and I've taken time off of my job to do this and I love it. Okay, and I'm not complaining. It's just that I'm trying to do the best job I can.
2 week story polls?
I personally would rather make a decision tonight, but I hear you. I understand that there's a need for a complete deliberation on it. I personally kind of feel that we've covered, via the public hearings, have covered all this ground, but I wouldn't disrespect anybody who wants to have a sober deliberation at an earlier hour.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the meeting to 2 weeks out with the guidance that it might be nice to see story polls. I don't know if we have a policy on that. And if staff could answer some of the questions that have been submitted, make sure we're ready to go through those. And if the applicant has any other design changes, we'd love that. Can I get a second?
I second that.
Our meeting's about to end. And
All in favor?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. I know.
Okay, sorry.
15
Sorry,
seconds to,
skip director's report?
No report from the director.
okay, a motion to adjourn?
We adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Yes. Okay.
Motion adjourned.